But here we're playing Breath of the Wild. I remember when this game came out in 2017, as it says right there in the bottom corner of the screen. I was obsessed with this game when it came out. It was like in my latter, like my final semester of community college. As well as, the Switch just came out. It was a big deal. And I just remember playing it at home on my TV screen. Like, I wanted the big stuff to happen on my TV while I would go out to the, when I was going to college, I would do, like, in between classes, I would play side quests. It was just awesome. It's always fun playing, like, a highly anticipated game on a highly anticipated new console. So you get, like, it's the vibe. It's just it's a certain vibe that you only get every few years. But we're going to be starting a new game. We're going to be playing normal. Hero mode's okay. I don't like hero mode that much because of the regenerating health. It's just annoying more than it is challenging. Like, a lot of these enemies become damage sponges in the latter half of the game. But we will be playing normal mode. Let's shut that up. And let's begin our journey through the Breathy of the Wilds. Nintendo presents your mom. No, The Legend of Zelda. I'm assuming this is gonna open the same way as like when Tears of the Kingdom comes out. It's gonna be Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Especially since they added this intro to Skyward Sword, which was weird. But I assume like every major Zelda game is gonna have that. I don't think Link's Awakening remake did. I gotta open my eyes. Open your eyes, Link. Open them. For every child, mother, person. Ah,
Open your eyes.
I don't want to open my eyes. It's too bright. It's too fucking bright.
Open your
Now it's blue.
eyes.
Zelda with your telepathy.
Wake up, Link.
In the blue water. And super nude. So nude. And I have no nipples. That's part of the bath. Takes away your nipples. I know some people get freaked out when, like, there's a certain art style that doesn't involve nipples. I don't know why, but it doesn't bother me. It might bother me now because now I'm, like, thinking about it. Very dark in here. Very blue. Uppity bubba die. So we did play the randomizer for a little bit on here. I'm gonna be playing, like, just the game running on the Switch. Like, we're gonna be playing, like, classic style. You know, for the sake of just having, like, a nice vanilla playthrough. I'll probably return to the randomizer at some point. If anything, they'll probably make a randomizer for Tears of the Kingdom as well. Like, I imagine the mods for... Well, the thing is, you're gonna have to get Tears of the Kingdom running on Yuzu. Which I have tried getting stuff running on Yuzu, and I just can't seem to do it. But we had this running at 60 FPS, and it was very nice. Very nice. Also, I believe you can just install the randomizer on this game via mods. Like on the Switch itself.
Take it.
I'm assuming that if any, like, non-performance based mods on the, on Tears of the Kingdom, you'll probably just be able to install even if you can't run it on your PC. Also, Zelda speaks now, so I don't have to do voice acting all the time, which it might be, fortunately for you, as you can listen to my shitty normal voice instead of me trying to do silly voices, which I will kind of still do. Especially because there's still plenty of unspoken dialogue in this game. A mysterious tablet with a growing center, with a glowing center. You've never seen the device before, and yet there's something familiar about it. Let's hurt my foot. Ow. Old trousers and threadbare in spots, but they're surprisingly comfortable. The legs are a bit too short though. My little shorts, my little feet, showing off my ankles, my calves. And an old shirt. It's a thin shirt made long ago. It's coming apart all at the seams. The sleeves are a bit too on the short side. Everything's too small for me. I got shirt. I got pants. Shirt pants. That's my name. My name is Shirt Pants.
Hold the Sheikah slate up to the pedestal. That will show you the way.
I do enjoy being shown the way. Sometimes. Beep boop beep. Authenticating.
Sheikah slate confirmed.
Just use the 5 voice. I also have the tiny robot or something like that. Like,
Link,
oh wait,
you are the light. Our
light.
that must shine upon Hyrule once again.
Once
Let's
again.
go.
Now go, Link. Become a Chad. You try this one.
How about this one? That one sounds a bit. For the Sheikah though, nah.
Maybe for certain, like, tiny robots. Tiny boys. There he goes! There goes the boy! He's free. He's free now. Freedom. Legend of Zelda. Breath of the Wild. So many games copied this after it came out. This game gave birth to Genshin Impact. So it came at a terrible price. There he goes. The Great Pliato. So we can go in any way we want. There's this old man over there, but I can be like, oh, fuck him. I have stick. Stick. Wooden branches such as this are pretty common, but surprisingly well balanced. It doesn't do much damage, but it can serve as a weapon in a pinch. That it can. Got more branches. Can't wait to make my branch rock in the next game. The performance is not great. Still not great. Common mushroom found near trees around Hyrule. Eat it to restore half a heart. I am curious. That's another reason why I'm playing this on the Switch, though. I don't want to play this on, you know, my Wii U emulator at like 60 FPS and then switch over to Tears of the Kingdom and be like, oh my god. Oh, my brain. It's much better if we just... Even now, like, I haven't played that thing in like over a year. Like the the emulated version of this, and it's still kind of bothering me. Give me apple. Big apple. Common fruit found in trees all around Hyrule. Eat it fresh or cooked to increase its effect. That yummy apple. I'm going to take apple. Direct heat has softened and sweetened the apple. Eat it to restore 3/4 of a heart.
I beg your pardon. I do believe that's my baked apple. You can't just go about taking whatever you please. Forgive me, I could not resist pulling your leg. Please help yourself. An apple and an open flame make for a succulent treat. It's a bit strange to see another soul in these parts.
Who are you?
Me? I'll spare you my life story. I'm just an old fool who has lived here alone for quite some time now. What brings a bright-eyed young man like you to a place like this?
Where are we?
Answering a question with a question. That is fair enough. I cannot imagine our meeting to be a simple coincidence. I shall tell you. This is the Great Plateau. According to legend, this is the birthplace of the entire kingdom of Hyrule. My finger points.
Even though I'm not pointing, you're pointing off in the other direction.
That temple there. Long ago, it was a site of many sacred ceremonies. Ever since the decline of the kingdom 100 years ago, it has sat abandoned in a state of decay. Yet another forgotten entity, a mere ghost of its former self.
Ooh, theming. We got this old man, he's in a little cave, you know, like classic Zelda. He's even like kind of dressed like the old man from the original Zelda. Has a big white beard, kind of like a dark cloak. Smoking a campfire.
Ho-ho!
What are you doing?
I'm relaxing, fireside of course. Although I need to cook myself another baked apple at some point. Simple foods such as apples are fine to eat raw, but roasting them on a fire makes them tastier and more nutritious.
I actually wondered if like cooking an apple in real life makes it better for you or not. I don't know. I'm not a health expert.
I shall be here for some time. Please let me know if I may be of service.
Alright. We got a torch though. This torch will stay lit once ignited. But if you put it away, the flame will be extinguished until you light it again.
Well then, just help yourself to the torch there. And how may I ask, are you planning to use it?
It's a weapon. It's a secret. Set things on fire.
That is rather unnerving. Please be cautious with that around any dry grass that might catch fire. You know, there are plenty of monsters in this area. That torch would make a good weapon, if need be. However, do not just swing it around without purpose. You must face your opponents and lock your sights on them. Don't be an idiot.
Woodcar's tool axe. Tries for cutting trees, formidable weight, and uneven balancing. Make it slow, inefficient weapon. Well, I'll prove you wrong as the frame rate dies. Oh yeah, this game's pretty cool. Oh, wait. Link's gonna stare at this tree.
Link,
Hear voices in his head.
head for the point marked on the map in your Sheikah slate.
I will. Eventually. But yeah, it was always, it was just really cool because you could listen to that and go to that direction, or you could just go around and fuck around this plateau. We're kind of stuck here, as the map will show. This is the border of the Great Plateau, so we cannot leave here right now. And this is the entire map. So yeah, it was pretty big. I remember when they showed this area off at E3, how just fucking huge it looked. How do I go? Oh no. Maybe I can whistle. Right, I believe there's a way to... Ah, there we go. Little scope. Place pins. Won't do that right now. Look at this, I can chop down this tree. The apples fall out of the tree. Chopped down a tree, and it was like, whoa, you get wood! Delicious, delicious wood. For my mouth. Pick up a rock. And throw it. As physics. I got a hightail lizard. A lizard with a lizard found throughout Hyrule. It's a bit slow to react at times, but if given a chance to escape, it will dart off quickly. Cook it with monster parts for a speed boost elixir. Yeah, you can make like a bunch of elixirs and stuff. I do wish there was a... I do hope the cooking mechanic gets a little bit more fleshed out. Because people pointed out, oh, I got a nut. Often found on the ground near trees, squirrels adore this nut. Squirrels adore this nut. So you may have competition while foraging. Add one to a meal for a nutty seasoning. It's very nutty. It's crazy. I'm gonna get a bunch of wood. Not the sex wood, but the, you know, the literal wood, because we need it for something later in the game, and I'd rather not grind a bunch of wood later. This is a bokoblin. I believe I can sneak. Oh, he already noticed. Unfortunately, there's no, like, bestiary or info on this game, at least not right now. There's kind of one, but it's not really, like, a thing you can do much with. Steal his stick. And then he's like, ah, you stole my stick! Ah, you jerk! Ah, I'm dead. Get a bokoblin horn, the severed horn from a bokoblin, a creature often encountered in the plains of Hyrule. It isn't edible, but it can be tossed into a stew and with some critters to make an elixir. Okie. I have a branch that's almost already broken. I have a frame rate that is dying. I keep chopping some trees. Very peaceful game, in terms of, like, you just wander around, chop stuff up, to the point where it kind of annoyed some Zelda fans. It actually annoys me a little bit too. We got Korok Leaf. Single swing with a giant sturdy leaf can create a gust of wind strong enough to blow away any light objects. These will sometimes fall off trees as they are chopped down. Well, we just learned that. I kind of wish there was some overworld music. Hopefully there will be some in Tears of the Kingdom. Especially coming hot off the heels of Skyward Sword like we are, it's especially jarring. Energetic cook it with the elixir to create a stamina recovery elixir. But in terms of the game's chemistry, that's really cool, because, like, almost everything you can think of, you can do in some fashion, or will at least have some sort of a reaction. That's kind of like what they said when they were making the game was, their prime inspiration was chemistry. Just doing something that would cause a reaction. As we see Link beginning his deforestation across Hyrule. Well, I could just run around and fuck around. I already know, like, where we're supposed to go and do, so... I'm gonna kill this choo-choo. A gelatinous substance that came from a choo-choo. It's unusable in the state, but applying a bit of elemental stimulation will change its form. So yeah, like, if we take the choo-choo goo... We have, like, a bunch of stuff here. We have... food and materials. We take the choo-choo goo, take it up here, take it back to the fireplace with the old man. Run, Link. Do it good. Now these things are going to be far more... The choo-choo slime is going to be far more useful in the sequel because of how you can fuse it to arrows. But yeah, if we put it right here, there we go. That was red choo-choo jelly. Jelly substance that normally comes off fire choo-choo. Its consistency gives off heat. If struck, it will explode in a ball of flame. So yeah, now now that red choo-choo jelly can be used as like a makeshift fire bomb. Now the thing that sucks about it is that you kind of have to like go to menu, take it out, hold it, and you know then drop it on the ground. And then hit it with something like a bow or whatever. In the sequel, that's not going to be an issue anymore because you can just attach it to a bow and just shoot it like a fire. I'm assuming maybe fire arrows and ice arrows will just be gone because you can just make them now. But let's check this out. Whee!
You found me! You're not Hetsu! You can see me? I didn't know your kind could see the children of the forest. Well, if you run into Hetsu, please return this to him.
It's a Korok seed. This small seed was given to you by a Korok. It has a distinct smell. Gross. Has a distinct smell. If you gather a bunch of them, you never know what might happen.
Oh, and my friends are hiding in lots of different places too. Don't be shy about poking your nose into suspicious places.
Okie dokie. Alright, one down, 998 to go. And I'm not shitting you. They put a fuck ton of those in this game. Once fearsome sword has been seen better days. It can do some damage with right hands, but also breaks quickly. And look at the sea bass. Come here, fishy. An ordinary fish that can be found all over Hyrule. It can be eaten raw, but cooking it amplifies its healing benefits. So we got a Hyrule base. I actually remember hearing, I think it was on Did You Know Gaming, where they were like, you can get crabs in this game, like, through the ocean and stuff, and originally they were only supposed to be used for elixirs, because they're kind of like insects. But then one of the devs was telling them, like, no, we should make that something you can cook with, too. And they're like, why? Because people just love eating crabs. Crabs are delicious. So they were like, yeah, whatever. Frankly, I just hope they balance a little bit better, because a lot of people talk about how, like, yeah, if you just want, you can either, like, you know, make these elaborate meals and stuff that will give you different types of buffs, or you can just cook a bunch of durians and you'll be good. Like, yeah, just cook a bunch of durians and fuck it. It's like, fuck it, am I right? I got a roasted bird drumstick that's been here for 100 years. Probably not good to eat. Raw Johnson cooked in crisp skin with a crisp skin and all. It's devoid of seasoning, but it has a simple, accessible taste. Perfect for white people. Restores most hearts when the raw is restores more hearts when the raw than the raw variety. Brain did not want to work. There's a bokoblin. He's bokoblin all over the place. He just armors through, but I'm gonna steal his boko club. It's a crude club made to clobber small prey. It's essentially a stick, but its durability is low. And he's dead. Take his horn. Taking his horn. Bye-bye, horn. There's a bokoblin over there. He here. Ah! I'll take your bokoblin. Bokoblin fang, a tooth obtained from a bokoblin. It's worn down and not very sharp, but it's still pretty hard. Cook it alongside a critter to make an elixir. Super hard. Ever so hard. Oh god. Nothing in that barrel. Yeah, everything comes with a cost, like, since all weapons break. Yeah, Hylian trousers. Traditional dress trousers of Hyrule. Plush fabric makes these trousers quite comfortable. And their high durability makes them ideal for travelers. Let's put on those pants. Got some real pants now. I love the little midriff. Oh, damn, Link, you're showing off those vagina bones. Everyone remember that? Remember vagina bones? Feels like 1,000 years ago. So yeah, this is basically the game. You throw shit. You can throw it. Everything breaks. Unfortunately. One of the bigger complaints this game gets. At first, I hated it too. I still kind of don't like it, to be perfectly honest. We can murder these guys. And he's like, whoa, wow! But the idea was like weapons were like ammunition rather than like straight up, you know, just, you know, get a strong weapon and then just use that for the whole game. They really wanted you to just experiment and run around with different stuff. And like, but as a result, there's no rare weapons, right? Like, there's rare weapons, but they still break. And there's no means of repairing them. You can't go to like a blacksmith or something like that and keep your weapons. You just have to pick up whatever in front of you. Which is fine for the most part. It just sucks because now you can't really find a weapon and be like, oh, I found this cool weapon here in this place, and, you know, it's one of a kind or anything. It's why I feel like Elden Ring kind of fixes this problem, because Elden Ring, like, there's unique shit in, like, everywhere. So it feels much more like you're building a character, while in this game, obviously, you're Link, and you're just, you know, you're making do. Its own thing, but I think the next game's gonna have, with the crafting mechanics, gonna make it a little bit better. We have a summerwing butterfly found in the woods, in plains of warm regions. Its wing absorbs the warmth of the sun. Cook it with a monster parts to create an elixir that makes you feel warm and fuzzy. I won't. I mean, I could at some point. Kill. Kill. Kill! Kill! Alright. Get some Hyrule Herb. Yeah, Hyrule Herb, man. Weed. The Hyrule Herb grows abundantly in the plains of Hyrule. Cook it before eating to increase the number of hearts it restores. Oh. Well, shit. Now all I have is a bunch of Boko clubs. I can't chop the tree anymore. Because... It's actually, the game can tell, like, what is blunt and what is, like a sharp weapon. Like, if I try to cut grass with a club, it's obviously not gonna work. Because it's a club. Like, clubs aren't sharp. But if I do... Well, I don't have any sharp weapons right now, so... Kind of screwed. Can't cut grass. You can touch it, though. Look at all this grass Link is touching. But, yeah, we should just head right to this. So that way we can... Get a move on. There's a bunch of bokoblins though, and they're gonna boko me up. There's also these bokoblins. You can give them a bad time by blokoing them up. Come on. Come on. Oh. Give me your meat. Raw meat cooked over an open flame. Cooking, well, then it's not cooked. I mean, it's not raw anymore, is it? Cooking it has increased its flavor and the number of hearts it provides. Come on, Barrel, I need you to break. I want your goodies. There we go. And it had nothing fucking in it. Well, don't I look like a horse's anus? We gotta sneak up on these guys. Because now there is stealth in my Zelda. Nani? Do Metal Gear. We can see my little sound meter in the bottom corner there. Which we can actually shut off, but I'll leave it on for right now. I'm making such piggy noises. Got a Boko bow. It's made of bow of wood. It's made by taking any tree branch and just trying to string it to either end. So don't expect much in the way of combat effectiveness. We have bows. Who bows? I bow. Bundle of 5 common arrows. The shafts of these arrows were carved from the wood of a sturdy tree. There's some more arrows. I remember when the game first came out, you could just pick up the arrows enemies shot at you. And people just do that at, like, infinitely until they had 999 arrows. So they actually patched the game to, like, you stop being able to pick up the arrows from enemies after they've shot, like, their, like, 10th or so arrow. It's pretty funny that they felt the need to patch that. Because, I mean, you still have to, like, stand around and farm the arrows. This Bokoblin's, he's all decked out. He's got a sword, he's got a shield. Now he's dead. We got the Boko shield. A Bokoblin made the shield created by attaching a handhold to any flat tree bark picked up off the ground. It's plenty shoddy, so don't expect it to last very long. Alright, we got our shield. Now we got actual sword. Traveler's sword, a very common sword, often kept by travelers to fend off small beasts. It's fairly durable, but a bit unreliable against monsters. Alright, look at me. I'm all decked out. I'm all chonky now. Let's turn on the Sheikah slate thing.
Sheikah Tower activated. Please watch for falling rocks.
It's raining so hard outside. Squirrel! Bird. Aquabloods. Also very warm in here. Well, I'm gonna turn on the... not turn on the air conditioner, but turn on the air. The door has opened, or the towers have come out of the ground. Something like that. Whatever. Great Plateau Tower.
Distilling local information.
Information is liquid. Weird.
Regional map extracted.
Use it to find your fucking way. Remember, Link. For the love of Christ, remember.
You have been asleep for the past 100 years. The beast. When the beast regains its true power, this world will face its end.
Rawr. Fort Cloud.
Now then, you must hurry, Link,
Don't worry, Zelda, I'm coming for you.
before it's too late.
It's been 100 years. I'm pretty sure you can wait a couple weeks. Alright, now we can go down. Alright, now we can... let's go down ever so little by little. Don't want to break my legs. Oh!
My, it would seem we have quite the enigma here. This tower and others just like it have erupted across the land, one after another. It's almost as though a long dormant power has awoken quite suddenly.
You think?
You do not mind me asking, did anything odd occur while you were atop the tower?
I heard a voice.
Well now, a voice you say. And did you to shreds, you say? And did you happen to recognize this mysterious voice? Seems I have some work to do as far as in earning your trust goes. I suppose that is understandable. I assume you caught sight of that atrocity enshrouding the castle. That is Calamity Ganon. 100 years ago, that vile entity brought the kingdom of Hyrule to ruin. It appeared suddenly and destroyed everything in its path. So many innocent lives were lost in its wake. For a century, the very symbol of our kingdom, Hyrule Castle, has managed to contain that evil, but just barely. There it festers, building its strength upon the moment it will unleash its blight upon the land once again. It would appear the moment is fast approaching. I must ask you, courageous one, do you intend to make your way to the castle?
I do.
I had a feeling you would say that. Here on this isolated plateau, we are surrounded on all sides by steep cliffs. With no way down. If you try to jump off, well, no death could be more certain, or more foolish. Of course, if you had a paraglider like mine, that would be quite another story. Paraglider? Hand it over, give it to me. Oh, certainly, why not? But there's no such thing as a free item in this world, you know. Let's see now. How about I trade it for a bit of treasure that slumbers nearby?
The isolated plateau. Open your adventure log.
Come, let me show you something.
Show me something, old man.
You see that structure there? The one shining with a strange light? It began glowing at the same exact moment those towers rose up from the ground. I would think such a place might house some sort of treasure, wouldn't you? Treasure for the paraglider. A fair exchange, I believe.
Okay, fine. If you say so. First, I'm gonna catch some bass with my bare hands. Like a true Canadian. Oh no. I'm not Canadian, by the way. I'm just making fun of Canadians. Sorry, Waffles, if you're watching. I'm going to kill this bokoblin. Hit the enemy for double damage. Ow. Trick butt. I'm gonna murder you. You're gonna die, ho. Bing, bing, bing. I will say one of my major gripes with this game's combat is for the most part, most of Link's moves, like, at least with the base one-handed weapon, is this. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, he does have a spin, but it's not great. It takes stamina. And he does have, yeah, his leap. However, it does damage to the weapon. Like, the weapon hitting the ground actually does damage to it. But you don't have your stab. You don't have, like, a lunging stab anymore. You know, obviously, like, going from this to Skyward Sword, you know, where Skyward Sword was all about, you know, specific sword strikes. This one is just, you know, I feel like the combat's a little bit lesser. Like, I love the one-on-one combat of, like, Ocarina of Time. Because it feels like an actual, like, sword fight, for the most part. Depending on what you're fighting. Amazing. Alright, so. I'm not gonna bother breaking those other things open right now because just take resources. There's a more efficient way to open those once you get some other things. One of the biggest gripes, or not gripes, but one of the biggest things you'll realize when you start a new playthrough of this game is that you don't have your paraglider for the first bit, and you keep forgetting that, and you'll jump off edges expecting to be able to paraglide and just die. Let's go, Loink. We got a princess to save, and oh look, DLC. Got Ruby. Precious gem. A delicious gem. Now we can go into this little shrine. And Link is like, whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? To you who sets foot in the shrine, I am Oman-U. Oman-U Shrine, which is E.G. Aonuma. Like, I believe, like, all the shrine names are named after, what do you call it? Developers.
Sheikah Slate authenticated. Distilling rune. Here. Take my pee.
We got the metallic objects manipulate thing called magnesis.
Rune extracted.
So now we can use magnets. How do they work? Many juggalos are freaking out. They're like, whoa, what the fuck? Alright, we got magnets over here. And we can be like, boom, physics. Boom, and look, there's a guardian robot over there, and he's like, bro, I'm evil. He's not evil. Cubes. No, get over here. Haha, I bonked him. An ancient screw used for ancient machinery. It's made of the unknown material, and no matter how many times it's turned, its threads never seem to show signs of wear. Wow, that's turnt, man. Let's move this. Thankfully, in the sequel, it seems like they finally added a rotate option. So it seems like you can, like, with the Ultra Hand, you can now just pick up anything, not just, metal. Which makes me concerned in terms of, like, how easy it will be just to be like, nah, fuck this puzzle, I'm just gonna make a bridge of a bunch of bullshit. We got the Traveler's Bow. Always nice. Always nice. Here's a Sheikah monk, which are, I believe they reference like an actual type of religious thing some Buddhist monks do. You have proven to possess the resolve of a true hero. I am Oman Ao, the creator of this trial. I am a humble monk, blessed with the sight of the goddess Hylia and dedicated to helping those who seek to defeat Ganon. With your arrival, my duty is now fulfilled. In the name of the goddess Hylia, allow me to bestow this gift upon you. Please accept this spirit orb. Orb. So, like other Sheikah, like how Impa did in Skyward Sword, this guy like just self-mummified and kept himself alive for literally thousands, 10,000, over 10,000 years to make sure he could give this to Link. So she could just seem to have this ability. But once the only drawback being is once they fulfill the purpose they keep themselves alive to do, they pass on. Symbol of courage given to you by the guy for the shrine. May the goddess smile upon you. I am dead. Time to die like and become a force ghost. Oh! Seems you managed to get your hands on the spirit orb. Well done. How did you know? Clairvoyance! Oh, or perhaps just something similar. As one gets older, it can become more difficult to see what is right before your own eyes. However, that which was once hidden from view can often be crystal clear. But perhaps that is not true for everyone. Ho ho! The appearance of those towers and the awakening of this shrine. It's all connected to that Sheikah slate you carry on your hip there. What do you mean? It has been quite some time since I've seen that Sheikah slate. Long ago, a highly advanced tribe known as the Sheikah inhabited these lands. A great power of their wisdom saved the kingdom time and time again. But their ancient technology disappeared long ago. Or so it is said. It is interesting, however, to think how something like this survived all this time, hidden away in a shrine. These shrines are tucked away in numerous places all across this land. On this plateau alone, I believe there are still 3 more. Bring me the treasures from each of those shrines, and I will give you my paraglider. That wasn't the deal. Oh, well, I suppose I changed my mind. I have altered the deal. Pray I do not alter it further. I'm sure this won't be a problem for a young go-getter like you. Since I'm feeling generous, I will also teach you a trick at finding the shrines. It's always best to survey the area looking around from a high point. Let's see here. How about I make your way up to the top of the tower again? You joking? Oh, I'm afraid not, but do not worry. I have another little trick to share with you for your effort. Take a look at the map on your Sheikah slate. See those blue icons? You should recognize the cave where you woke, the shrine you came from, and the tower. You can travel instantly to any of those places with the Sheikah slate. Or so I heard, quite some time ago. I do not know if it actually works as such. You could just die. Oh, yep. No, that's not the warp button, that's the vaporize you button. Sorry. He's dead. Game over. Best game ever made. Oh god. Reassembling, but I'm a different Link now. This is just a precise copy of the one that just died. This is how teleportation works, and it's fucked up. I'm surprised it took you so long to catch up with an old man like me. How did you leave an old man his secrets? Now then, I wanted you to join me up here so you could use this as a vantage point to search for shrines. Did you know about the scope on your Sheikah slate? Look through it, and you can stick a pin anywhere you'd like to mark on your map. The pins on your map serve as reference points for your travels. Just stick a pin anywhere you're interested in. Got it. Go ahead and take a look. Alright. Put a pin there. Put a pin there. And I believe the last one is like over here. Yeah. You put a pin there. And now every single one's pinned. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. You can pin things from, like, just looking at them. It's pretty accurate, too. Like, you can really tell the distance of objects. Like, it knows nothing's obstructing this, so it sends the pin out as far as it can go. And also, very good game design is that you can see all 4 shrines from this tower. Like, as a tutorial thing. Also, we have Hero's Path mode. This will record pretty much every step I take from beginning to the end of the game. Like, there, it goes there. This is part of the DLC, paid DLC. I don't know why. This should have just been in the base game. But yeah, as you travel every single moment, for the most part. I believe at some point, it does start to delete the most earliest data, but it's like hundreds of hours in. So it becomes kind of fun to watch it all back once you finish the game. Just be like, oh, I remember. Memories. Sweet, sweet memories. Actually, I'm gonna teleport back over here so I can continue my path. My path of wanton destruction. My path of wanton destruction. Now I can lift these up and drop them back down. And I get some arrows and apples. I get this treasure chest. Treasure chest is mine. Open it up. I get an ember, fossilized with a caramel sheen to it. It's been valued as a component of decorations and crafting since ancient times. Ancient times, yeah. And I get another one. What's in this one? An opal value ore gives off mesmerizing this shell. It contains the power of water. So I guess like if you attach an opal to your bow in the next game, you'll get like water arrows. Some weird shit. Also, nighttime is approaching. This butterfly. Got it. Got it. The butterfly is mine now. You can't take it. It's mine. Haha. There's some chests over here that are made of stone, so obviously magnesis will not work. Cannot be Magneto. But there is another way. Can make a bridge. A bridge. 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 We get fire arrows for fire. And we get another thing. Get ice arrows for ice. Oh god. Well, Link has DI'd. Also, there's this thing. The stone. Place it in the hole. Place it, Link. Please. No, Link. Place the boulder in the hole. There we go. I heard it's been confirmed that they are returning in the sequel. May God save us all. Another 199, I assume. Or 999. Because Iji Aonuma's like, ah, fuck these Fuck these completionists. Squirrels. So we gotta find the Nintendo Switch shirt. Boar! Got him. Caught him. Shoo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. This pig is still flipping the fuck out. It just ends its life. Pig. Pig. I must end your life. Must end your life. I must. If he's still he's so strong. I murdered pig. Give me your meat. Pig meat. It's only miscellaneous meat. There's sunset firefly. Glows gently in the dark. It makes you sneaky or some shit. It's weird. Opal. But I will say, I do get the feeling... The fuck? I do get the feeling... What do you call it? This... I feel like it would be appropriate to end the Switch with a new Zelda game like it began, right? But that also makes me wonder, like... I assume... If there is a new, like... major Mario game in the works right now, that is going to be the launch title for their next system. I feel like the reason why we haven't really seen much of Mario since what, Bowser's Fury, which was technically just like a little spin-off game thing add-on. I feel as though that means we're due for, because we're definitely due for like a new 3D Mario, I would say. But I feel like, yeah, that would be a good idea to have that to be the launch. Like, I think they learned that with the Wii U, they were like, yeah, we can never launch a system again without a major title. The 3DS struggled because of that in the beginning, and the Wii U failed because of that for the most part. Aside from also the name and shit. So they gotta be careful. I do understand why they're kind of like riding the Switch train as much as they can. Especially considering, Piggy. A Stamella Shroom. For stamina, there's something going on over here. You sleep. Oh, fuck. You can also attack him. He's like, what the fuck? What are you doing? It's the first time, like, NPCs actually, like, react to you being a dickhead. Well, so we meet again. What are you doing? I must rise early tomorrow, so I may rest here, too. If you wish. Sitting by a warm campfire is the best way to pass the time. Say, courageous one, are you hungry? So, feel free to use my cooking pot, if you're to whip up a snack. Alright. Gonna whip up a snack. Easy there. Stop trying to burn everything. You fucker. Alright, So we're gonna take some meat, and we're gonna take some herbs and spices, and we're gonna put in we're gonna put in an egg, and then we're gonna put maybe add some apple for some sweetness, and we're gonna put it all together. Oh yeah, we got steamed meat. Delicious, delicious meat. Let's wait till morning. It is now morning. Oh, he's hunting. He's hunting for pig. Where did my prey go? I will kill that fucking pig. There's something shiny and sparkly. It's an acorn. I will say, if one thing I wish they would add, Yaha, you found me. That I want them to add to the sequel is definitely not being able to open your inventory or open your, what do you call it? This inventory screen during combat. Like, I want to have to pre-plan to go in, and so I would say, like, it seems like, in the sequel, people notice that, you see, like, that symbol where my magnesis is at the top of this, top left? It's been replaced with an apple. Or the down one has been replaced with an apple, I forget which. And people are like, oh, that's probably, like, so you can open up your food menu without having to go to the actual menu here. And that's cool if that's the case. But I want it to be that I have to slot, like, before I go into a fight, I have to slot in whatever, like, maybe I have, like, 5 slots. That can only be opened through that menu when I'm in combat, and that's the only time I can open that menu. So that way I can actually run out of healing items more easily. Because right now it's like, if you get into combat, and you're fighting a Lionel or whatever, you just scarf down a bunch of apples, and you're just like, alright, keep going. They kind of just, like, I remember, I think I mentioned this before, but Arlo calls it, you basically have a portable buffet of immortality. Like, the only way you're gonna get killed at that point, like, once you understand, like, you can just cheese the game out by eating, the only way is, like, if, like, getting hit is a one-hit kill. Like right now, if I was, like, fighting a tougher enemy, like, getting hit once would just kill me. But then again, I could also stock up on fairies, I could stock up on... You know, that was kind of like the balance thing with fairies, too, was, in older games, was, like, you could only have up to, like, 4 in a bottle. Blue Nightshade. But in this game, you can have up to, like, 99. You know, and they don't heal you all the way, but you can still have 99 fairies. And you just keep healing and healing and healing. I understand, like, though they want to appeal to all audience and stuff. I just wish, like, you know, it was better balanced. And maybe, like, have a difficulty mode. I mean, this game does have a difficulty mode, but even then, all the things I said could mitigate it. All the things I mentioned aren't turned off in hero mode. The only difference is you take extra damage. And this game already removed hearts as a pickup item, so that doesn't change anything either. I'm wondering if hero mode would be like a base thing this time around. Probably not. I expect the game getting some DLC. Get fucked, Buck Hoblin. More steak for me. More steak for you. More steak for me. Then you can go poo. Got an opal. Oh, opal. Sort my inventory. Won't break. I can't get it to break, guys. I'm not strong enough. Froggy! My frog. Frog mine. The frog is mine. Another shield just in case. I can also skateboard. Ah. Whoa, wipe out. Hufflepuff lizard down. Oh, he vanished in the other shadow realm. Oh, here we learn about the flame. Also gotta be careful because, as you can see, Link is bursting into flames himself. I'm also dying. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the problem right here. I am baffled that did not do damage. Oh, they are freaking out. They're like, oh my god! Oh my god! Ow! I just love how he dies. It's just like, ow. Eat the mushy. Bleh. So like, yeah, the fire like causes an updraft. Give me. Oh, give me. Oh god, the fire. You need to stop the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. Okay, Loink. Any treasure? Any good stuff for us? More fire arrows. Fantastic. Weird lighting thing. I thought it was an item. Alright, let's continue our climb. It's climb time. Actually, I could get what's ever on that thing. Let's get it, Link.
climb the box. But will he make it? I might need a stamina potion. Oh, I think we can make it. Keep going, Link. Woo! Alright. 10 arrows. Not bad. Oh god. Wanted to grab. Alright, let's eat some cooked stuff. Get a bit more bang for your buck. I'm still waiting for like the day where a speedrunner of this game figures out a way to get off the plateau without doing the shrines. I feel like they haven't found that yet, if I'm so certain. Because I think like, because the entire world outside here isn't like, what do you call it, like, made to, like the trigger of getting all of the shrines and everything, like makes the rest of the like world habitable. Like you need to do it, or else like everything else outside this thing is a void. Like at least how like coding wise. Yeah, there's another option. You can hit them with some boulders. Go Link, do the thing with you and me. Alright, there's a Korok puzzle over here. We can do that. I do want to do at least a good chunk of Koroks, so that way, you know, we have a decently sized inventory. Thank you for the poop. Oh god. Well, like I said, even... Oh god. No, Link! I didn't want you to do that. Link? Link? Oh, you or may even die when you fall. So be cautious. Thanks. Thanks for the fucking jerk. Yeah. Woo. Gotta be cautious, Link. But I do hope, I'm more excited for, like, the Zelda game after Tears of the Kingdom, simply because, you know, it'll be, I assume, like, a brand new world. And what they'll do to really validate it. Because I can't assume it'll just be Tears of the Kingdom 2, but a new map. Like, I'm pretty sure it'll still have elements from this, but to the point where it's borderline unrecognizable. But it's really going to depend on, like, what they're going to do. Like, I would say, like, clearly, like, this game
its only drawback would be that there is a lot of sameness in a lot of the areas you go to. Especially in terms of monster variety, which I'm hoping will, because they're reusing this map, I would hope that there's going to be better variety. But also because, I want them to, you know, just make each part of the map feel distinct. Once again, I feel like Elden Ring crushed that. Like, they did a pretty good bang-up job of doing that. And that's kind of like the issue with making an open world game, is that you have this big sprawling map, but then you have to fill it. And the more unique each area gets, and then that means not only do you need to fill it with stuff, you need to fill it with interesting stuff that differentiates itself from other things. And I feel like the game kind of falls flat in that regard, this game. If you go off in one direction, you'll find the same stuff in the other. Elden Ring does a better job, because one, Elden Ring's not super open world, like it's open world, but there's still like, if you go to a certain area, you're gonna get your ass pounded. But I kind of want that with this game. I want there to be areas where, like, you can be under-leveled, or whatever the equivalent of being under-leveled in this game would be. Instead, this game's sort of balanced. Oh my god. This game is balanced in a way in which, whichever direction I go in first, the difficulty will only get higher as you progress the story. Like, the tougher enemies will start populating the map, and, you know, other different types of weapons will also start populating the map to compensate. And I really want, like, a more cohesive world where things can just be fucked up. Like, you can just go to, like, I want the feeling that Khalid in Elden Ring does. Like, I want to be like, what the fuck is this place? Why is everything so fucking strong and gigantic? Like, I want that feeling. In a Zelda game specifically. I know people will be like, well, then just play Elden Ring. And I'll be like, I know I can just play Elden Ring, but I want that in a Zelda experience as well. Like a full AAA Zelda experience. I'm not saying I want it to be dark and gritty like Elden Ring either. More so, I'm talking more from a design, like a level design standpoint and a map standpoint. People even talked about how, like, shortly after Elden Ring was released, the delay for Tears of the Kingdom was announced. And people were like, oh, they're scared, they went back to the drawing board. I don't really think so. I think it's just unfortunate timing. Though I wouldn't mind if, like, Eiji Aonuma was, like, looking at it and he's like, oh, there's some good ideas in here. Maybe we should implement them, and gave him, like, a new idea and stuff like that. Which can be a bad thing as well. There have been cases where, like, game directors, I think Ken Levine was known for that, for the guy behind BioShock. He was known for, like, coming in to, like, the studio after, like, playing a certain type of game, whatever was currently, like, hot and new, and being like, oh, we should do this and add this in, like, and stuff. Like, he would constantly be changing the direction. And it would obviously frustrate the developers because, like, they're like, well, now we have to code this and code that, and also it's making the game less consistent. Like, sometimes you just gotta shut up and just make your vision instead of altering it as time goes on. Like, you at some point as a creative person, you just have to learn to let go. And and understand that you can't put everything into something, and sometimes you need to save that idea for the next project. Like, sometimes it's just not an option. Get fucked, bokoblins. Oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye, barrel. Oh, wow! I'm surprised I did not break it. That was not well, I mean, I was gonna say not well designed, but like, that's totally weird for me to say. But not, it wasn't what I expected. Pig! Come back! Come back, pig. Pig. Alright, so, I'm getting distracted because this game is gigantic and it's kind of designed to do that to you. But we should start doing the shrines. But I can't go up there yet because I will freeze to death. So I should just go to... Maybe we should do the bomb one. Bomb bowling. Can't bowl the bombs in this. You can place... The only way you can bomb bowl in this game is if you place the bomb, like, on a hill or something like that, and then the physics engine does the rest. That's how it works. That's how it goes. 40 doodles just rated with 10 viewers. Doodle! Doodle! Lord Crimson Fox, thank you for the follow. Oh my god, hello everybody. Jiraiya? Jiraiya? Whoa, oh, hold on. Hello everybody. 40 doodles, thank you also for the follow and the raid. Welcome on in everybody. I'm Punk McFox. I am a furry variety stream VTuber, stream. Oh god, I gotta work on this. Welcome on in everybody. I am Punk McFox, a variety streamer, Fox VTuber, who pilots the Maple Vixen airship. Welcome aboard. Today we're playing Breath of the Wild in anticipation for the Tears of the Kingdom, and gonna see if I can get through the whole game before it comes out. And if we do have time, even play maybe Age of Calamity, which shouldn't take too long. I'm pretty decent. I would say pretty decent at Warriors games. But thank you for rating and thanks for the follows and everything and stuff. Ah, how exciting! Yeah. So we're working our way up, but wow, thank you. I still need to get like an applaud sound so you can have this. Oh wait, I can't hear it on myself because my speakers. Yeah, there it goes. Ah! That's the closest thing that I have to an applause right now. But thank you all for coming in. Right now we are just on the plateau. We're like right in the beginning. So I'm killing bokoblins. Oh, I don't know why, but I had Resident Evil 4 on the brain and I tried to parry that with like L1. Just finished 8 hours of Painkiller. I don't know what Painkiller is. Is that there's so many games with killer in the title or like some phrase of kill. Like, I know Killing Floor and Killing... Killer. Killer is Dead. Killer 7. It's a 2004 FPS, wow. For some reason that sounded... Like, I was thinking that sounded more recent. Another steal the stakes. Kill the bokoblins, steal their stakes. So right now it's a very tranquil game. Very tranquil, and especially because we just finished Skyward Sword yesterday. And it's kind of a marathon stream. Cool, which technically I am doing right now as well. But yeah, it's weird because this game doesn't have as much music as Skyward Sword. Figures too, because friggin' they just Skyward Sword was the first game to have like a fully orchestrated score, and then they were like, well, let's just make a game that has no music. Just to fuck with our fans. This is a nice break from the last level we played. Oh. Hold on, let me just Google it real quick, because I want to see what it looks like. Painkiller 2004. Oh god! Oh, it's on Steam. I like that Steam's getting a few, like, old games. Oh wow, yeah, this looks 2004-ish. You look like some Mad Max or dude. That's 2004 as fuck. That's good reviews though. I assume it's probably pretty good because old FPSs before like the beginnings of Call of Dudes were pretty great, like, because they all took from Doom. I love it. Continuously blasted the Soviet nation anthem while screaming, overlapping it. Oh god! Oh, I got a bonk. A new traveler blow, and a skeletal arm. What we got? I wish Link would just like get a shotgun in this game. I hope Tears of the Kingdom has a gun, like an actual gun, and then when he gets it, I can do this.
I got a shotgun.
And then all will be right with the world. Base game is fun. You're trying to play through the hardest difficulty, but it crashed. Great, as old PC games tend to do. So we played levels from the expansion. Oh, okay. I miss like games getting expansions like that. I mean, games still get expansions, but I don't know why, but I just remember always like old PC games that get like the expansion. And be like, oh! Felt more like an event. The Soviet. Stream's been going pretty well. I mean, we've only been live for about like 2 hours. Soviet nationalism gives you PTSD now. Let's only 2 hours. I mean, I usually try to go for like 4 at least. Plus this game's like very long, so I don't want to fart around too much. Like, I put like, what is it? Actually, I can just check on my Switch friend menu. Profile. I've played over 400 hours of this game. I played this game very big. Very much. I've played many of the breaths. I breathed many wilds. So much so that originally I did stream a randomizer of this game, which is very fun. But for the sake of the Tears of the Kingdom, I'm just streaming the vanilla version right now. So that way when, eyeball. So that way, one, I won't miss all the performance enhancing. Oh. I won't miss all the performance enhancing features of the emulated version. Like, I played this game running on the PC, running at like 60 FPS. And it's gorgeous. But I feel like if I did that for this stream, then when I play Tears of the Kingdom on my Switch and it's running like this, I'll be like, ah, my brain. My brain and eyes. Got him. I can do this. Eh. Eh. Will you die, damaged sponge, please? I will give you the slappies. More fire arrows for me. I think I almost got like every Bokoblin hideout on this map. On this portion of the game. We definitely will not have time to do that. I'm just gonna go and get as much shit as I can. So hopefully maybe like next week we'll probably start Age of Calamity and just go right into Mature Waffles. Hey. Alright, one sec, let me kill these horrible bat skulls. I should stretch so my ass doesn't explode. There it is. Oh, don't worry about it, Waffles. It's very much okay. You're only missing me wandering about this very quiet map. I wonder if there's like a music mod for this game. I can't imagine there is unless there's like something to replace. Like if like the ambience is actually like a file, or if it's just vacant thing, then maybe they can't do it. They could probably replace like certain little jingles, but you probably can't replace the actual ambiance, the ambo. Take that, Bokoblins. Also, like, is it just me, or it gets, like, the sun rises way too early? Like, well, I live in, like, New England, so maybe, I don't know. But I feel like it stays dark until, like, 5:30 a.m. But it feels like the sun starts coming up in this game, like, at 3:30. Got the bomb trial though with Jabaji or Jabaj. Sheikah Slate authenticated. The planet spins faster in The Legend of Zelda. I wouldn't be surprised. We don't even know if they live on like a spherical planet. They could be living on flat Earth. Though there are aliens in the Zelda universe via Majora's Mask. Though I think technically Termina counts as a separate dimension. So I don't know. Could be Donut Earth too. Donut Earth I wish was real. Like flat Earth is boring. Donut Earth is where it's at. Like, all you conspiracy theorists out there are being like, oh, the Earth's flat. Which I feel like, when the flat earther thing became like a thing, I swear to God it started as like a gaffe, as a goof, as a bit. But certain people got wind of it, and then they were like, no, it's real though. And people were like, oh, mistakes have been made. We shouldn't have made this a joke. But Donut Earth would be cool. I really liked the Sonic OVA world, where they live in the sky world and the original Earth is like the ruins below. I really wish that stayed the canon. Or like was the canon. Like the entire vibe of the Sonic OVA is just really fun. It's complete 90s anime bliss. Especially got like that dub with like super unknown voice actors, as most dubs back in the day were. And the dub of that OVA is not bad, I would say. Even though Tails sounds like he has like a sinus infection. Which isn't the last time. Tails sounds like he has a sinus infection in, what do you call it? Sonic Heroes. I think that's like the worst Tails voice. Wait. But yeah, I think like in an interview they asked like, hey, what's the planet Link and Zelda live on called? And I think Eiji Aonuma just was like, oh, it's Earth. I think like he was just like, does not think about it, does not give a shit. Which I'm like, I don't think that's true, or at least not the intent, at least when it comes to like, you know, the creationist theories of its world. Like, didn't Nero and Ferrora built it out of chaos? It could still be a planet, but I don't know. I am a super big hero. They basically say the same dialogue over and over again. Like a orb. The orb. The orb of confusion will give you confusion. Chaos was actually the meteor. Zelda's a sequel to real life. It was a meteor that killed the dinosaurs. No, that was the lore of, that's the lore of the Super Mario Brothers movie, the original movie with Bob Hopkins and John Leguizamo. That, the impact from the meteorite caused, Earth to split into two separate dimensions. One where the dinosaurs survive and continue to evolve into humans. Like, and, but they're like reptilian humans. But like, they still look like normal humans, except like, unlike us, they're cold-blooded, and they still give birth via eggs. No more dinosaurs. No more dinosaurs. That is this lore. And then Mario and Luigi get teleported to the Mushroom Kingdom, which does not look as nice and colorful. If you want to know about like how like opposite the Mario movie, how far the Mario movie is from the source material, when Mario and Luigi go to the Mushroom Kingdom in that movie, it is like a cyberpunk, like the set of the Koopa City or the Mushroom Kingdom City is actually pretty cool looking for a 90s movie, because there's electrics and sparks everywhere. Actually, let me see if I can look at an image of the set. Mario movie. Did it come out in the 80s? 1980s? Did it come out? Oh no, it came out in 93. 93. City. Oh, yes, it was by the same people who made Max Headroom. That's why King Koopa looks like Max Headroom. Let me see here. Display capture. Oh, that's weird that you guys are still seeing that. Oh, right, because, yeah. Yeah, it looks exactly... And I heard those people are like... They suck to work with. Why is my display capture not working? Oh, that's why. Oh, nope, it's still not working. You have no idea what max headroom is? Oh, yeah. It's a weird, like, ad thing, I can say. There it is. Oh, that's why I have, like, I have two things. Oh, okay, I see how I mixed that up. All right. Here is the Mario Brothers movie set. Got tattoos. You got thwomp shoes, which is actually pretty clever. I gotta admit, I'll leave it in there. But yeah, it looks like Gotham City crazy bullshit. Vote Koopa. And I gotta admit, it looked kind of cool. This was filmed inside a non-air conditioned warehouse, where the actors were miserable the entire time. Bob Hopkins was drunk for most of the movie to get through it. One of them poured coffee over the head of one of the Goomba actors while they were in the suit. Yes. Because he thought it didn't look grimy enough, and the coffee actually went through the suit and scalded the actor inside. Oh yeah, definitely not an accurate depiction of Mario. I have no idea. Like, this is why we did not get the animated Mario movie sooner. But I still enjoy it. Like, I think it's a entertaining movie. It's just super ridiculous. Oh, that's like fan art? I don't know. But yeah, there's Mario and Luigi and Daisy. Daisy was actually the princess in it. Like, they did not have her, they did not have Peach. They decided to go with Daisy. So that way her and Luigi could have their love thing. Weirdly enough. They just used the excuse, probably. I feel like there had to be like some form of scam thing going on. Look at this crazy ass artwork. This ain't no game. Like, and here's Mario movie King Koopa. Here's what he looks like, just straight out of Max Headroom. Here's Max Headroom for reference. Here's Max Headroom for reference. Just straight up, like, just copy my homework, but just change it a little bit. So Max Headroom was like, from my understanding, was mostly like an ad thing. Like, he was like on different, like, they used him for advertising, but it wasn't really like it wasn't a movie, was it? I do know the whole thing about the guy who like hijacked the airwaves at one time. This is a picture of the guy who interfered with like telecom communications and like released this weird video, like broadcast this to like every house in the US. And they never found him. They never were able to prosecute him, which is a weird thing. There was a short movie, a TV series, and a talk show. Oh, right. Yeah, and he was supposed to be like an AI. He's like a robot man. Here's they look like Putin. This is upsetting. These are the Goombas, by the way. These are what the Goombas look like. Like, oh god. There's a point where Koopa does get like devolved into like a dinosaur monster, and so this only appears on screen for like a few seconds. It's a lot of makeup effort for that. Then he gets eventually just turns into a CGI nightmare. That's upsetting. here's Toad in the movie. Here's Toad. That's Toad. He gets turned into a Goomba. Here's him getting turned into a Goomba. Here's the GIF. He never gets changed back either. He just stays that way for the whole movie. But he's like a guitar playing dude. Just a dude. Wish you were born earlier to experience that. It was a weird time. I mean, I'm a 92 baby, so this came out when I was like a year old. So, like, I didn't really experience it until a few years later. And at the time, I was like, this is great. Because it's Mario. And then you get older and you realize, what the fuck? Funny enough, there is a sequence, like how Mario and Luigi teleport to the Mushroom Kingdom in this. They jump through like a wall underneath New York City. And it's kind of like reminiscent of the paintings in Mario 64, which means this movie kind of came up with the idea of Mario jumping through portals in walls and stuff. Because this came out obviously before 64. This is upsetting. That's upsetting right there. But yeah. Here's Yoshi. Here's Yoshi. I think he was the most expensive thing in the movie. He's an animatronic, like a fully animatronic, like dinosaur. Like complete practical effects. Doesn't do much in the movie either. It's just in a few scenes. But yeah, this movie's weird. Movie's fucking weird. Probably why we did not get an equally as weird Zelda movie. That would have been wild. That would have been severely disturbing. Though I feel like you could translate Zelda into a film much easier than Mario. And because Mario has now officially made like $1 billion at the box office and is now becoming like one of the most one of the most successful, not only animated movies, but movies of all time. We're probably gonna get more Nintendo movies, not just like a sequel to Mario. And hopefully, hopefully also animated. Like, I could see Zelda being live action, but I don't think you need to do that. I'd rather it just be animated. I think like Illumination actually is making like they're making a separate studio that will actually be geared towards darker, more serious filmmaking. Like they're making a separate animation studio. Like one studio's like for your Despicable Me's and your goofy bullshit, but they're making a separate studio that's for more like action-oriented animated films. Feels like the Zelda movie can only be made in 2D animation. Possibly. I have a huge bias for 2D animation as opposed to 3D. Because I grew up on that shit, and 2D animation can look gorgeous. Though, there has been 3D animation that has been also proving itself very well. I still need to watch that Puss in Boots movie, but that visually that movie looks incredible. Like they basically like get some cell shading in there and you're good. Like in terms of making like not you're good. Like obviously it takes a lot of effort to make anything like in 3D look two-dimensional. I mean, like I feel like we have to give a lot of credit to Guilty Gear Xrd for really popularizing the idea of making 2D animated looking games in films that are made in 3D. Because I feel like that one really like, I don't know, I feel like after that, and they got super popular, and then they got to make like Dragon Ball and stuff like that. Like the concept of making like 3D animation look two-dimensional has really helped. Look at these guys, they're freaking out.
got the bees, not the bees. They're killing the frame rate. But I definitely would prefer it in 2D, or at least some sort of like faux 2D that like Spider-Verse, which is coming out soon as well, which is kind of 3D but also 2D. It's weird. I should watch like a video on the making of that, because I don't know exactly how they did it to get it looking as good as it did. But Spider-Verse is a great example of like marrying 2D and 3D animation into a gorgeous, gorgeous presentation. Like they knocked it out of the park in my opinion, and I cannot wait to see the sequel. You know what's going to be awesome is that the sequel comes out June 2nd, and also Street Fighter 6 comes out June 2nd. And that game also like has a lot of like stylish paint and splashes and color in it. And I'm just like, that's gotta be a stylish day for me. It's gonna be a very stylish day. I'm already like planning like on asking for that day off from my work, so that way me and my friends can like go see the movie, and then we go home and just do a bunch of sets in Street Fighter. Oh, they made the 3D renderer and then drew over lots of the frames. Ah, okay. There are examples of that in the past as well. In games specifically, I believe King of Fighters 13 did that. They made 3D models of their fighters, and then they did pixel art over them. And the results were pretty good looking. Like, it came out looking pretty dang good. Then KOF 14 came out and looked hideous. And then they were decided, with KOF 15, they decided, fuck it, let's just use Unreal Engine. A lot of developers in Japan just eventually just had to say fuck it and just use Unreal Engine. After, like, failing to make their own engine. I think, like, one of the few developers who made their own engine successfully in Japan was like major developers was like Capcom, because they made the RE engine, and that engine looks gorgeous. And now like they make everything with it. Like they made Resident Evil with it. They make Devil May Cry with it. They make Monster Hunter with it. And the new Street Fighter is made with it. Like Street Fighter 6 is using the RE engine as well. There were concerns because that engine's really good at doing photorealism, but people were worried, like, if they tried to do something more stylistic, it wouldn't come out as well. And they still haven't done something super stylistic, but Devil May Cry looked pretty good with having like a mix. Monster Hunter looks pretty good. It still looks like Monster Hunter, but it's also still kind of photorealistic. Street Fighter is like the closest to being like non-photorealistic, but it's still pretty close to being that, but it still looks colorful. That's the good thing. Like, it still has color. Like, that's the big fear with a lot of, when you hear about them using an engine that's, like, good at photorealism, is that, uh-oh, that means the game's gonna be brown. It's gonna look like Gears of War. And then you're just like, oh, great. And I occasionally like realism games. Like, I love Twilight Princess. I was super excited for it. And I was kind of bummed that this game didn't look like the Wii U tech demo they had back in the day when the Wii U first came out, and they first got announced. Ow! Stop it! I'm trying to talk and walk. Like they had footage of Link like walking into the Temple of Time, like the Twilight Princess version. And then he fights Goma. And it looked really, really good. But from my understanding, that graphical demo was outsourced, first of all. But also, you know, it was kind of like the same situation that happened with Space World.
Space World had a demo for the GameCube, where this demo is kind of famous because of this. They had a footage of like Link and Ganon, like their Ocarina of Time versions, fighting in like a throne room, and it looked really cool. Like they were just like fighting, and it was just neat. And people were like, "Whoa, the GameCube has such awesome visuals! It's like we're gonna get that. We're gonna get a cool looking Zelda game like that." And then Wind Waker got announced, and people were fucking pissed. People were mad because of how cartoony it looked. Like people wanted Ocarina of Time like HD, essentially. And as a result, the game did not do well. When it first came out, the GameCube in general didn't do well. And so people were really pissed at like how that game looked. And then as time went on, you know, people grew to appreciate it. I did not care. Like as a kid, I was like, what, like 10 or 11 or whatever when Wind Waker came out. I was just like, yeah, it's a new Zelda, woo! So I did not give a shit. I did not even know about the discourse until years later, after the fact. But I can definitely see like people being like, whoa, that looks cool, and then getting blindsided with this very cartoony looking Zelda. Like, you know, sometimes subverting expectations can have the opposite effect. But in a response to that backlash, and because the GameCube didn't do well, and as a result, Wind Waker didn't do well, they decided to like, basically, they basically did something that they never do, that Nintendo never does, and they decided, you know what, let's just give them what they want, and so they made Twilight Princess. And E. Numa's even directly admitted, like, yeah, the reason Twilight Princess is dark and gritty looking is because that's what people wanted, and they were super upset about Wind Waker. And so Twilight Princess comes out as a Wii launch title, as well as on the GameCube, does tremendously well, sells gangbusters. In fact, I don't think it outsold Ocarina of Time, but let me check. Let me double check on Twilight Princess lifetime sales. Do we have a compare and contrast? All right. Now this is the wiki, but our VG sales. Let me see. Where is it? Twilight Princess sold, at least the Wii/GameCube version, sold 8.85 million copies, while Wind Waker, where's Wind Waker? Sold 4.43. It literally doubled. And the Wii U version, actually, funny enough though, the Wind Waker HD sold better than Twilight Princess HD. Sold an extra million. So that kind of shows, like, as time went on, people warmed up to Wind Waker. So total lifetime sales for Wind Waker is 6.79 million, and lifetime sales for Twilight Princess is 10 million, like on the dot for the most part. But Breath of the Wild, as you can expect, sold 29.49 million. Oh, hydrate. Actually, I should get some water. So, yeah, Breath of the Wild, I believe, is now the best-selling Zelda game. And even that, what is it? Let me compare. Twilight Princess is 10 million across all platforms. Ocarina of Time is 14 million. So, like, the two best-selling Zelda games outside of this game are like more not realistic, but like that sort of like darker anime style. So it shows like, yeah, that's what people wanted. But obviously because of Breath of the Wild's mechanics, that obviously did better for it. You know, Breath of the Wild was like such a breath of fresh air. And it resulted in a huge renaissance for Zelda. But yeah, it does go to show that people did really want like a more not photorealistic, but a darker Zelda. And the sales numbers did show that. It was also on the Wii, but it was also a Wii launch title, so you know, it really benefited from the Wii's gangbuster explosion that followed like a few years later. All right, I'm gonna be right back. We got water, wah. And you. I'm back. I'm back. It's me. I have more soda water. It's mango. So it tastes like water with the suggestion of mango. Alright, so I chopped down the tree. He's like, wow, you chopped down that tree like nothing, I quit. But also, I always wonder, like, I wish the GameCube was a success. I mean, it didn't fail, but it definitely did not meet Nintendo's expectation. Because that system was essentially their attempt at making a powerful console. And because people didn't buy it, they were like, well, the Wii's not going to be HD. And we're gonna focus on this other stuff, but the Wii ended up doing and as a result, I feel like they thought the Wii did well because it was underpowered. And I think like the price range obviously helped it. But also it was because of Wii Sports. Everyone just loved the novelty of Wii Sports. But as a result, like all future Nintendo consoles have been kind of underpowered. So this game, you know, as great as it is, has some performance issues. It still runs, it's playable. It's not like there's just like there are like those memes of like, oh, this game running on the Switch, and Switch owners be like, it's portable though, and then it's like that picture of, or it's that horribly bit crushed video of Patrick dancing to Soulja Boy. And I'm like, not really any games look like that on the Switch. Most games that are like high demanding on the Switch are honestly wizardry, like Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. And people are like, I have no idea how this game is running as well as it is. It's fucking insanity. But at the same time, I still don't think like the Switch should be, well, I don't think the next system should be severely underpowered. I think the next system, they should probably at least give a little bit more juice. Especially if, like, the actual main Nintendo developers, like the Zelda team here, are making much more bigger and expansive games. Like, I'm not even saying they should do it for third parties. I'm saying, like, for their own development. Like, give them more tools. Give them more wiggle room. Because Age of Calamity runs like poop on the Switch. And I would very much like it to run at least at a stable 30 frames per second. Instead of turning into a slideshow. Like, I just want their main game. Oh no! Tree. But yeah. This is welcome to my TED Talk. Let's try that again. Actually, I should probably make a hot meal. A hot spicy meal. Everyone knows if you eat a hot spicy meal, you will most certainly survive a cold tundra. Bare naked. That's how it works. I will say, you should like drink a hot thing or something like that if you're gonna go outside, because it do work. It do kind of work. All right. I'm gonna take like 4 peppers, and then I'm gonna take like I have no more meat. Put some. Oh wait, no, this is stamina, so it's gonna. Yeah, this is the lame thing about this thing, is you can't, like, mix things that have multiple effects. Like, you can't mix stamina and cold withstanding or stuff like that, and you make something new. Like, I wish you could kind of, like, mix and match and see what happens. Hopefully they add that. Ten minutes and 30 seconds of immortal cold. Actually, should make another thing too for the cold stuff. Oh, by the way, so have you guys seen that video of? I'm only saying this now because it fucking cracked me up. Because I feel like that sometimes. Even when, yeah, I feel like sometimes with the chef. Who? I think I retweeted it, didn't I? Let me see. I hope I did. Where is it? Hang on. I leave and heave. Bye and say goodbye. Goodbye. I'm not actually leaving. 1 sec. Well, one, I'm looking through my retweets and I'm like, oh, this. It's fucking Max. It fucking kills me. Alright. Wendy's. Banjo. Oh, you can ignore that. Don't worry, I don't retweet NSFW on my main Twitter account. But still, I'm gonna be careful, just in case. Oh, come on, I tweeted it, didn't I? Did I just like it? Maybe I just liked it. Volver Digital. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I retweeted it. Or liked it. I can just find it probably. A lot of people like made the same joke almost. these ones, Twitch streamers trying to keep their chat active, like.
Have you tried the lasagna? It's my favorite. Did you catch a game last night?
Give me that. Did you catch the game last
Is
night?
it still hot out there? Do you like hot fudge sundaes? All right.
All right.
Have you tried the lasagna?
I remember that video. Like, I think it's edited, but it just kills me because it's just trying so hard to communicate with the guy. Oh, this this one's good too.
Have you ever walked out of a mall into a huge parking area and realized you'd forgotten where you parked your car?
Answer all these questions for me,
Where do
chat.
you want to be when you grow up? What's the right tip? Have you called a plumber to your home lately? How superstitious are you? How much money would it take to make you spend a night in a cemetery? Would you display this as a trophy? Do you have a pet? Do you have a sweet tooth? Do you believe in the power of a curse? Have you had your hearing tested lately? Planning a trip?
There will be a
Can
test.
you remember the tallest man you've ever seen? Do you love to go a-wandering beneath a clear blue sky? Have you noticed what big stars real estate agents have become? Are you careful with your personal records? Does your computer ever seem to have a mind of its own? Have you ever visited a Chinatown section in a major city? Have you ever visited a flea market? Have you ever visited a truck stop? Did you ever have a job as a waiter? Have you noticed how many successful restaurants are theme-based these days? Have you ever had the
Stop
desire
asking
to
me
break
so
your
many
initials
questions.
with cement? Have you ever walked out of a mall into a huge parking?
No, I never walked out of a mall. I've never walked out of a mall. I have. It's a lie. What's that other thing I saw? Oh yeah, I think I should make this an alert at some point, like a video alert.
The name's Fox. Fox McCloud. My father is dead. The name's Fox. Fox McCloud. My father is dead. The name's Fox. Fox McCloud. My father.
My father's dead. Just this anime protagonist be like, oh god. No, I don't know. Yes, no, 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 no. Yeah, no, no. You ever gone wandering beneath the clear blue sky? You believe in the power of a curse? It's fiction. It's fiction. We made it up. You're wrong. I love that one too. Just that dude telling you you're wrong for like 5 minutes straight. I've actually never watched that show, like what it's from. I think it's called Fact or Fiction. And I feel like if I did, I would just end up binge watching the entire fucking thing. So I feel like it's one of those like old shows. It's just like, oh, we gotta watch the next one now. This is a Facts or Fiction. Didn't I grab? Oh, I didn't save it because I died. I can make a speed up potion, I think. That's stamina recovery. Like 3 hightail lizards and another horn. And then we put it together. And you get a hasty elixir, make you go quick. Make you into a fast boy. Got some fireflies. I will take these for my own purposes. From my understanding, or at least what we saw in the trailers for Tears of the Kingdom, they take away your Sheikah Slate. So my guess is like no more bombs spawning, no more well, it seems like the grapple hand, the grapple, the ultra hand. Because it's referencing an old Nintendo toy. Seems to be replacing the magnesis altogether. Wonder how they found out how to make that potion. I don't know, you just throw some crap in a pot and, you know, a bottle magically materializes. Like that. But I am hoping that, it seems like they're really getting rid of Cryonis, which is I think it's the one where, no, the one we're about to get is, the time stop. Which we already know is technically in the game again. In fact, it's improved, it reverses time. But it seems as though, Cryonis is broken in this game. It can get you across pretty much any body of water, any like muck pile. Like there's those mud swamps around the map. And the idea is the game presents you with like opportunities to use, like you can chop down a tree to make a bridge, or you can do this, or you can, you know, whatever, or find a way to fling yourself across or something like that. But I'm like, but I can just use Cryonis. Like that's the kind of problem when you make these games. Like you have so many different solutions to the same situation. If you're given a tactic that is just too good and is better, it's just objectively better than all the other ones, then it kind of just takes away from it for me. So I'm hoping that the new things you get in Breath of the Wild or in Tears of the Kingdom put more limits on you. So that way you don't need to that way you do have to get more creative with how you solve a problem or get across something. Because, like, Ijao Newman, his thing, he builds a whole fucking boat. I build a boat. Now I can go anywhere I want. Oh, a damn shrine.
Sheikah Slate authenticating. Stilling rune.
Here comes... Was it good for you? Stop the flow of time. Literally, Zarwardo. Drip. My Sheikah Slate has more drip now. I believe there is actually a mod for this that just makes the Dio time stop sound effect. Like, just makes it go... Zarwardo. boulder? Oh, there it goes. I was like, where is it? And you can hit it, and it goes off in another direction. And this is how people speedrun the shit out of this game. No, my inventory's full. I'll get rid of this almost broken one. There we go. Alright, I've stopped the boulder rolling. Ooh. Alright, I need to get rid of this. Bye-bye. You hit it with a hammer and then, whoa. You hit it with a hammer and then you fall off and die. You're pretty sick, Link. Here, take another orb. You're pretty cool, Link. Have this. Have a prize. I will say, when all this is said and done... Oh. You again. Ah, you missed. You fired and you missed. Haphazardly. When we're done with Tears of the Kingdom, I'm feeling maybe we should go back and play, maybe like Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. 'Cause I really like that game. Because we're gonna be playing Age of Calamity, hopefully, if time permits, before Tears of the Kingdom. And I'm pretty sure, like, after I play that, I'm gonna be like, man, I want to go play the original one. I wish that one would get a sequel. Technically, Age of Calamity is that sequel. But you know what I mean. Like, I want them to just make another mainline, I guess, Hyrule Warriors with just more characters. Because I still haven't gotten my big wish characters. Oh, like, I want Vati. Would like, Groose. You know, there's still loads of characters I would love to see playable in that. The Breath of the Wild one was pretty awesome though, because like, you know, they got to focus solely on Breath of the Wild characters. So you got like a really good, so if you're like a big fan of Breath of the Wild specifically, you get like so many characters out of that. Where's my thing? There it is. Eat the fish. Now I'm warm. I'm a warm boy. But yeah, I would definitely like another like mainline Hyrule Warriors. Just big time bullshit. I don't care what you have to do, make it happen, make it happen. It's funny too, because Koei Tecmo not only made like what was technically like a weird prequel sequel to Breath of the Wild, but they also did it with Fire Emblem. After making like a crossover Fire Emblem game. So I feel like are they just gonna keep going back and forth between Fire Emblem and Zelda? Are we gonna get another Zelda Warriors game soon? Please? It's very chilly here. Very chilly. What's up? Ow. Ow. Don't worry, I have like 5 steaks. Oh, come on, I parried that. Yeah, this parry is actually a little bit... It's very easy. This parry is it's very easy to do. Oh wait, 40 Doodles, I recognize you now, that profile picture. You're from, Lucky Bun's Discord. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. Fuck off. Now I have your power. Well, hello. I can get rid of my normal shield, my normal Bako shield, and get a spiked Bako shield. Link, I know you tech that throw. Right. I would love... What if, like, I would love, like, a Nintendo versus Capcom game. Like, cause fuck it. If we're not gonna get a new Smash someday, or anytime soon, I would be like, dude, I want a Nintendo versus Capcom. And Virgil will still be the best character in the game. Probably. But... I would love that. That, or my brain hatched. Link was in Soul Calibur. He was. That version still has never been re-released. They released like an online version of Soul Calibur, but I believe they ignored the Switch, or I think the Switch wasn't out yet. I think it was still the Wii U. But they re-released Soul Calibur to in HD. But I think it only has Heihachi and Spawn. Or it might not even have Spawn. Either way, they didn't re-release it on Nintendo platforms. So Link... And I feel like console exclusive characters is kind of a thing of the past now. Especially with like how the FGC is. So I feel like they would have to just work something out to... Which they never will, is that, like, just allow Link to appear on other platforms, which would just never fly. Like, that's one reason why I think it'll be a hell of a long time, if at all, we see, like, a Nintendo character in Fortnite. Because there's no way, like, they can get Nintendo to agree to allow the character to appear on on other platforms. Even if you can't get them on other platforms, I would think. Like, say, like, they put Mario or Link in Fortnite, and the only way you can get them is, like, if you have a Switch, and you have the Switch version of Fortnite, and you can only download them through, like, the eShop. Like, you can't even earn them on the regular storefront. You have to buy them in the Nintendo eShop. You've done more than enough. Trust me, I have my huge qualms with Nintendo as well. Especially the fact that they, you know, basically indentured a man to servitude for the rest of his life recently. By taking his money. Because, oh, he pirated some Switch consoles or whatever. After sending him to prison, too. Like, I know that has nothing to do with, like, the developers. Like, these guys, like, Eiji Aonuma didn't probably have anything to do with that. Or any of the staff who actually makes the games. It's definitely, like, the suits. guys who probably never even picked up a Nintendo device. But it's still shitty. Like, I think that's the one thing, is like, we need to divorce the idea of loving our games to the companies and more so to the people who actually make them. A breathtaking view. This is maybe the best place to get a full view of the entire plateau. Use your scope to look for shrines. Look for shines. This is Mario Sunshine now. When you locate one, place a pin on the map as a marker. Did you make it this far without the proper clothing? Please take this warm doublet as a reward for your tenacity. Thank you. Now I can be snuggly and warm. Now I'm a snuggly warm boy. Oh-ho! It suits you well. I think this is like supposed to be like a shitty version of like Link's classic tunic. This big rock. A big rock. But yeah. I think like we need to stop being like, man, I love Nintendo, they make the coolest games. I'd be like, no, you love Eiji Aonuma and you love Sakurai. Because, I mean, Sakurai, I will say this, he has definitely achieved a thing where people don't think of Nintendo as the people who make Smash, but Sakurai, but to the point where it kind of counterintuitive. It's counterintuitive because people think like he just does it all by himself. It's like, no, he has a whole team, and he tries to remind people of that too. He'll be like, no, I have a whole team of people who work on this. And his YouTube channel has been just a joy to watch. Like him just talking about how he develops stuff. Like recently he like shared like all the development tools he used to make Kirby, like on the Game Boy. It was so interesting to watch. And his cat's in the video too. He has a whole video on his YouTube that's just him talking about his cat. And it's just absolute a joy. But I was even thinking to myself, well, Sakurai seems like he's done with Smash, at least for a long time, at least until like the next system. Like he always says like, oh, this is my last Smash game, then he's like, JK. And I think he's actually serious like every time, but I think like when Nintendo like eventually announces one, he's like, I can't let them do this without me. They won't do it right. I gotta make it. I gotta do it. Ah! So never ask me for anything ever again. No, that's Sakurai. That's Harada. Don't ask me for shit. But I'm gonna keep asking him for rollback. I'll stop asking when he gives me rollback. For Tekken 8. Even though I think he confirmed it technically, but they said like, it's not like rollback, it's the fake rollback they implemented into Tekken 7. I don't know the full story though. Whoops. Yeah, Sakurai is way too polite. Like, he's just kind of like, okay. Alright, if it'll make you happy. To an extent, obviously. He knows he can't please everyone. But I feel like if he could, he definitely would. Like, that man is just so fucking precious. Like, if he could put every, like, requested character in Smash, I think he fucking would do it. I don't think the Mii costumes, when he puts those in, is like, yeah, screw you guys, whatever. It's like, this is what I can do. I'm sorry. This is the best I can do. Maybe next time. But I was thinking to myself, I'm like, what if, like, Sakurai doesn't work for Nintendo, he is a freelancer. Like, he left Nintendo, I believe, like, shortly after Kirby Air Ride, I think. So, the only reason why he still does, you know, work for Nintendo is because he just has a good relationship with it. I mean, he's kind of like one of the guys who helped build Nintendo to what it is now, with HAL Laboratory. And even though I believe HAL Laboratory isn't even owned by Nintendo. I think it's jointly owned, but it's just a company that has it's just a studio that has a good relationship with Nintendo. Like Kirby technically isn't owned by Nintendo. Like if you look under your Kirby branded or your Kirby amiibos or whatever, you'll see that like it credits HAL. And also credits Nintendo, but I think it might be a joint ownership, but I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure if some mad lad decided to like purchase HAL Laboratory, they would get Kirby. Like it would be like a Rareware situation where like they would buy like Microsoft buying Rare and they like own all the original creations Rareware made. Which is scary to think about because if Dinosaur Planet stayed Dinosaur Planet, then Crystal would never have been a Star Fox character, and she would have, you know, never been continued being in stuff. Even though she's not in a lot at this point. Like she was in Smash though. Smash Ultimate, she's a assist trophy. And I believe they even like hired her voice actress to do some new lines. And I just saw recently, I forget who shared it. I think it was in was it in Lucky Bun? No, it wasn't in Lucky Bun's Discord. It was in, I think, Duper's. Someone made a mod for like DNF Duel that turns, I don't know which character it is because I don't play DNF, but it just turns that character into Crystal from Star Fox. And not only that, but they actually hired Crystal's voice actress, like her real voice actress, to do the voice lines for her in the game. Which is wild to me. Which also makes me scared, like, will that piss off Nintendo? For doing, like, an unofficial voice work? Like, doing an official character in an unofficial voice work? I don't know. Hopefully not. Because that would suck for her. But you know how Nintendo be. Nintendo can be very evil. But no, she did it, and it was like, wow, that's crazy. At first I thought like, oh, they're just using voice lines from other games, and it's like, no, they hired her, which I think is awesome. I think this is better though. Yeah, this might be better. Might have less durability though. It would be, but you know, especially with all the stupid AI stuff happening nowadays, you know, people are always like, there was like that guy who was like, he was putting like Ronnie from Elden Ring, like her voice lines into an AI, so that way he could make his own custom voice lines for her. So that way he could make, like, he was like, wow, this is gonna be great for modders because you can like make your own storylines and they'll seem like super official because you'll have voice lines. You can just you can make the character say anything you want, and then people were like, well, that's fucked up that you're stealing a voice actor's voice to make your own, even if it's an unpaid thing. Like, it's still fucked up. Because you're still taking their voice and making them say things they didn't say. Like if you want a voice actor to appear in your mod, pay them. Assuming you and some people say like, well, sometimes you can't because they can't, they legally can't do that. And be like, okay, then just don't do it. Just don't do the voice. Either have a voice actor try to do a sound alike, or just don't do it. There's never an excuse to use the AI. No one's telling you like, oh, in this situation, yeah, I can understand why using it. No, just don't use it. With this, the spirit orbs now acquired all the spirit orbs from the shrines on this plateau. Oh, extraordinary. That means it is finally time. Link, it is finally time for me to tell you everything. But first,
Imagine an X on your map, with the 4 shrines as the endpoints. Find the spot where those lines intersect. It's the Temple of Time. I shall wait for you there. Do you understand? Where the 2 lines connect and the shrines would cross. There, I would be waiting. Fun fact I learned about, actually, you know what, I'll say it after we get to the cutscene with him. You get really worried that he was just gonna walk off a cliff. I'm always terrified of that. I've done it several times already on the stream alone. But first I gotta get this treasure. And so this is why Cryonis is broken. Because you can just get across any, albeit it's a little slow in some regard, but you can get across any body of water just by doing that. Just playing hopscotch. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Link, he come to town. He come to save the Princess Zelda. And then put her away. Now the children don't play. I only recently learned that that song is not actually by System of a Down. I remember growing up in high school, middle school, what have you, thinking that was actually Serj Tankian singing that song. But it would turn out to be just a guy who's really, really good at doing like an impression of Serj Tankian. Like, so good that at least Billman says, but first, fades away. It does sound like him. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Making sure my spine, and I don't become a hunchback of Notre Dame. And I was bummed out learning that, but apparently like the band gets super annoyed when every time they get asked about it, because they're like, no, it wasn't us. Sorry. And they're like, it's a cool game though. We think it's cool. Though I was really sad when I learned, ironically, it blows my mind too when I learned this, that Serj Tankian's, or the drummer of System of a Down is a Trump supporter. And I was like, excuse me? The most politically charged, like, leftist fucking band has a Trump supporter for their drumming? It just blew my mind. And Serj Tankian was asked about it because Serj Tankian's a huge leftist. He was like asked and was like, yeah, he's my brother-in-law. We're both Armenian and like we both stand up for like Armenian rights and stuff. But yeah, that's a thing we severely disagree on. And I'm like, that's wild, man. I don't know why. I mean, I get it, like, but that sucks. Saving you from being French. I did do a DNA test not too long ago and did find, like, wow, I have no French in me whatsoever. I have a little bit of Greek and a little bit of, like, Norwegian, but they weren't able to pinpoint exactly where. And I was disappointed, though, because it wasn't able to tell me how Scottish I was, just how British I was. Like, it lumped together Scottish and British, which kind of pissed me off. I think it was like 23andMe. And I just did it out of curiosity. It's like one of those weird things I did while, like, during the pandemic. Yeah, 0% French. Tiny bit Greek. Mostly British. British, Italian, Scottish. Irish. And a bunch of... I'm a box of assorted crackers. That's as they say. I have 0%. Oh, you have 0% flesh blood too. I'm just cursed with being. Oh, from Quebecese. So wait, are you just like not French at all, or you mean like you're French Canadian? I know you're Canadian. I assume you know some of the French.
maybe. I don't know. Canada confuses me. Though I've often think that I will have to elope there at some point if the political climate in this country gets too bad. French Canadian. Ah. Your first generation of your family born here? Whoa. I am third, was it third or second? I forget. Like, cause my great grandfather came here, so yeah, I would say, yeah, technically third generation. And that's only from my, you know, my dad's side. Cause my great grandfather came here, after he got in a fight with some cops when he was like 16. What happened was, he was walking through, what do you call it? He was walking through, Glasgow, as you do in Scotland, and he was like, from how my dad recounts the story to me, is that he was passing by like a group of kids street gambling, and then some bobbies showed up, or cops as they're called, and started like breaking things up, and it turned into a whole like chaos thing, and he got caught up in the chaos. And I heard two different accounts of the story though. One is which like he just ran away, and but he was terrified of them coming back for him, and so instead of moving to America later where he initially planned, they decided, his brother or whatever gave him a ticket to leave then and there. He was always going to leave for the Americas, but this sped up the plan. But the other account I heard was, not only like did he get like caught up in like a fight between bobbies and the kids, but he ended up getting like running right up to one and like not realizing he's standing right in front of him, and just through sheer instinct, my great grandfather just socked the bobby right in the face, assumingly knocking him out, but even to the point where he was so terrified at that, like he had to get out of the country like immediately, because like the bobbies are essentially like mafia. Like back then especially, like they would probably have tracked him down and beat the ever living shit out of him at the least. So so he was like, yeah, he needs to get out of here now. And so he's at the ripe old age of 16, he hopped a boat and came here to Rhode Island. They're still kind of like the mafia. I feel like I don't like cops. And I'm like, I don't think any country has like good cops. Like especially here in America, because here in America, you know, they were made to be, like, from my understanding, my layman's understand, I think that's the right word for it. No, Link, you're dying, you're dead. God, so real. But I don't know how in other countries, like, it feels like every country just has corrupt police force. Here in America specifically, from my understanding, they were formed from the old slave catchers. Like, that's kind of like the idea of the police force from back then, like, begun as like a slave catching like organization, and then slowly like became like what is the cops today. Which is why like there's a lot of race problems and stuff like steeped in it. But like I said, I'm not a historian, so I can't know for sure. My grandpa had to leave the country because he didn't agree with the government and was very vocal about it. Oh, you mean France? I heard like France is, or I heard like some parts of Canada. Oh, Chile. Okay. Yeah, I heard some parts of Canada are being a little shitty right now with like teaching language or something like that. But I don't know because I don't live in Canada. Like some school districts, like I was watching Pat Stares At, and he said like one reason why him and his wife moved from I think from Quebec to the other side of the country was because there was changes to the school system that he didn't agree with, and that had something to do with like language teaching, and he was basically like, yeah, I don't want my kid to have to deal with that. And so they moved out so where he can be more free to learn what he wants or something like that. Or like, I feel like it was like more so language teaching has always been a problem here in your country. Yeah. Well, here it's even worse, I would say. Like, I don't know Spanish. I definitely should know Spanish. But because our country is very racist and also just has very shitty teaching programs, you know, like you'll come out of a Spanish class maybe knowing me gusta, and I know the Italian. I remember, what was it, middle school, our teacher knew both Italian and French, and it felt like he was teaching both at the same time. He was a nice man, very nice man actually, but it just felt like this is not the way someone should learn a language. But you're a kid and you can't really understand it. You just assume you're stupid. But I really want to put my nose to the grindstone at some point and like actually learn conversational Spanish. So I've like thinking about maybe like download an app or something like that. Just do like occasional, because it's all about like it's just repetition. Like you just gotta just beat it into your brain. Duolingo. Oh yeah, the owl that threatens you if you don't fucking, if you don't do your tasks. But parents had a lot of success with Duolingo. I'll probably check it out at some point. I'm finally free for the summer since I finally finished my semester. So I'm gonna try and get some projects done, both for stream and for what do you call it? Personal things. Like I'm working on a new PNG, so you know I'm just not like staring into your soul. And it's coming along. And I also have a 3D model that I've somewhat finished. It's a low poly one. It's a low poly model. It's good. It's good motivation knowing your kid, knowing that a bird has your parents as hostages. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, right now I think I finished the rigging. I think. I want to say I finished the rigging. Like I did it for school. Because our new teacher is teaching us Blender. It kind of, I feel bad for my teacher though, because he's essentially been put on the spot, because my original teacher, who's been teaching at the school forever, recently left last semester to New York with his wife. Like he not retired from teaching, but he's taking a break from it. He's still fairly young. And the new teacher is adjunct, and he's clearly like new to the point where he doesn't know a lot. And so we've been learning Maya for the most part, and he comes in and is like, all right, now we're gonna learn Blender. And so, and I actually love Blender, but we got to a point where he basically had no answers for like the problems we were running into. And I felt bad for him though, because it really just felt like, yeah, he's new at this and everything, but I'm like a senior student at this point. So it's kind of like I'm teaching him more than he's teaching me. It's just a really awkward spot that the art department's in right now. The teachers try to not leave work during the middle of it. Impossible. He's a pretty... My original teacher, he was pretty cool, but after the pandemic happened, you know, he was really good about, you know, doing the virtual thing and doing virtual, and it was pretty good. Then one semester started. We started talking, and he started talking about NFTs, and I was like, "Oh, please God, no! Please God, no!" But he was like one of the people. He was not like, "Oh, you're gonna do this. You're gonna make your NFT account. You're gonna make NFTs this semester." It's like, no. He was just introducing us to it, and he was like. He understands like it's a new technology, there's a lot of scam artists and everything out there, and he was like, this is a new technology, and he gets excited about new technologies and things, and he was like, he just wanted us to be aware of it and like know about it and stuff like that. He does have his own NFTs and everything, and I was like, ugh, man, come on, you're supposed to be cool, man. I think I have some sort of contract with schools. At least that's how. Not my school. I don't think. We had loads of. We've been learning Maya, ZBrush, and other model making programs. Oh, just recently they added Blender. Yeah. Like, cause he's my teacher, or my former teacher now. He's a fine artist, like a fine digital artist. Like, so he doesn't like work on stuff for games or stuff like that. He makes like really weird and surreal models and of strange weird shit. I think I have the photo saved in my camera. There is something like, he makes cool work. Like, that's the thing. And it kind of bummed me out that he was getting into NFTs. But he made like these cool looking dogs, like in Maya, and then eventually he had them made into porcelain sculptures, and they have like weird, like almost like open flowers for heads, and they look straight out of like Silent Hill. And I was like, I even told him that, like, this looks like something out of Silent Hill, and he's like, oh yeah, I've heard of that game. But yeah, he was definitely like, he was one of those people where they were into NFTs, but I couldn't be like angry at him or think he's an idiot, because like he's clearly like, he wasn't a jerk about it or anything, but it definitely feels like he's passionate about technology, but it gets away from him and he's easily takes things too far, I would say.
I was King Rome Bosphorus Hyrule.
Fun fact, he is voiced by the same guy who voices Urien in Street Fighter V. This character, not my teacher. My teacher isn't voiced by anyone except himself. Here he is.
The great calamity was merciless.
Was it merciless?
It devastated everything in its path. Lo, a century ago. It was then.
Ever since I rated Duper, you have a Gen 3 modeling, I'd say go for it. You can download Blender for free. There's loads of tutorials online.
It wise to overwhelm you while your memory was still fragile. So rather than that.
So he didn't tell me who he was because he was freaking out, like he thought my head would explode.
Forgive me. I think you are now ready.
And just mess around in it. Like, don't even worry about like making something that you could animate or something like that. Just mess around. Like, you just don't worry about, like, oh, I put in all this. Because you don't want to start, like, working on a heavy-duty model right away, because you're going to be learning as you go, and you'll mess things up, and you'll have to go back and fix it, and then, or you'll just have to start all over, and you'll get super demotivated.
Generation to generation.
Like, just start small and just mess with the tools and things like that.
But there was also a prophecy.
You're making a vending machine?
The signs of a resurrection of Calamity Ganon are clear.
Ganon was coming back. He was super upset. And he turned into, so upset he turned into a giant fart cloud.
And began excavating large areas of land. It wasn't long before we discovered several ancient relics made by the hands of our distant ancestors.
Look at these cool-ass Sheikah dudes.
These relics, the divine beasts,
keep making that mistake. It's trust me, I've made it many a times.
We also found the Guardians, an army of mechanical soldiers who fought autonomously. This coincided with ancient legends, oft repeated throughout our land. We also learned of a princess with a sacred power, and her appointed knight, chosen by
oh, whoops.
the sword that seals
that's not what I wanted.
It was they
I wanted to adjust the volume on my monitor.
The power of these ancient relics.
You guys can still see the game, but I can't.
Years ago, there was a
it's okay. I already know what happens. I played this game too many times.
It was clear that we must follow our ancestors' path.
The champions, they're so cool. Too bad they're dead and you don't get to fucking really interact with them. Would have been cool. I wanted to play this game, which you got to, technically.
A name that would solidify their
so,
bond.
Good on them.
The princess, her appointed knight, and the rest of the champions were on the brink of sealing away Ganon. But nay.
But nay.
Ganon was cunning, and he responded.
Ganon's super cunning, guys. Big brain. Oh, and then he took over the things.
He appeared from deep below Hyrule Castle.
And just murdered so many people. So many people.
Against us. The champions lost their lives.
Like, look at this. I want to play this game. I want to be here.
The appointed knight bravely collapsed while defending the princess. And thus, the kingdom of Hyrule was devastated absolutely by Calamity Ganon.
And you got your shit rocked, Link. You went into cryostasis.
Survived to face Ganon alone.
Link, you are our final hope. The fate of Hyrule rests with you.
That princess was my own daughter. My dear Zelda.
I would assume as such, since you know you're the king.
Who protected her right up to the very end. That night was none other than you, Link.
It was me?
You fought when your fate took an unfortunate turn. And then, you were taken to the Shrine of Resurrection. Here you
Resurrection.
Revitalized 100 years later. The words of guidance you have been hearing since your awakening are from Princess Zelda herself. Even now, as she works to restrain Ganon from within Hyrule Castle, she calls out for your help. However, my daughter's power will soon be exhausted. Once that happens,
it's been 100 years, and now it's running out.
Regenerate himself, and nothing will stop him from consuming our land. Considering that I could not save my own kingdom, I have no right to ask this of you, Link. But I am powerless here. You must save her, my daughter.
My daughter.
Do whatever it takes to annihilate Ganon.
I will murder Ganon super good.
Somehow, Ganon has maintained control over all 4 divine beasts, as well as those guardians swarming around Hyrule Castle. I believe it would be quite reckless for you to head directly to the castle at this point. I suggest that you make your way east out to one of the villages in the wilderness.
Do not just defeat, annihilate.
Kakariko Village. There you will find the Elder Impa. She will tell
Impa?
you more about the path that lies ahead. Consult the map on your Sheikah slate for the precise location of Kakariko Village. Make your way past the twin summits of the dueling peaks. From there, follow the road as it proceeds north.
Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the road. Follow your nose to the fruity taste that holds or whatever. Go on. Here's a paraglider, just as promised.
Thank you. It has the Rito logo on it, which kind of looks like the Rebel Alliance logo from Star Wars, with what you should be able to safely fly off the cliffs surrounding this area. And I think that's it. I've told you everything I can. Link, you must save Hyrule. Bye! Is there a mod that turns this guy to the King of Faces of Evil? I think so, actually. I'd be surprised. I'd be more surprised if there wasn't. Alright, we're gonna seek out Impa. One cool thing about this game, I mean, there's lots of cool things about this game, but here's one specific one, is that Destroy Ganon is a constant mission from beginning to end. Which you are free to do at any time. Like, we can go right there to Ganon right now with a stick and what I currently have and die, because I will just die. Though there is a cool way to do it, I think, and it involves not doing the Divine Beasts. Because there's obviously 4 bosses in the Divine Beasts, and if you choose not to do them, and you go to Hyrule Castle, you get to fight those 4 bosses in succession, like one after the other, in sort of like a pseudo, like, boss gauntlet, in the throne room, which normally you never even get to wander around the throne room in this game. And it's a really cool looking room. You like to think that Ravioli made it for Link? Possibly? My best guess is like, the king has like a relationship with the bird people. Like, maybe they just thought he was cool. And they're like, here, have this. Here, have it. It's cool. You can fly like a bird. I know you get like a new glider in the next game. It might be a new one, or it might be like a heavily modified version of this one. And I don't know if the amiibo will give you like items like it did in this. The only thing they showed so far is the amiibos will give you different paraglider designs. Like the Young Link one will give you like a Majora's Mask paraglider. The Skyward Sword one will give you like a Skyward Sword themed paraglider. Because I will say the amiibos are kind of broken in this game. Like, you can get so many resources. You haven't seen Teba in the new trailer yet? His son is. Tullen. Seems like he's older now, and he accompanies you at a dungeon at some point. So if you want some good Teba content, you can play Age of Calamity. You get to play as him, which is awesome. Point being that both him and Rivali share the same voice actor. But they both... The thing is, like, you would think they'd just be skin swaps, but they both play super different. Aw, you butt. Oh, well, you're dead anyway. Now I'm gonna take your Boko Bat. But it does seem like in the new game you will be fighting alongside the descendants of the champions. Like, they showed you fighting alongside Sidon. I'm assuming you'll fight alongside Teba's son. Oh yeah, his son was a tiny baby. So my best guess is a few years have passed since this game, so he's older now. He seems like, it looks like he's like probably like a teenager at that point. But it seems like he'll be accompanying you like at a certain point in the game. Same thing with Sidon. I'm assuming, and what is it? The girl from Gerudo. The Gerudo girl. As well as I'm assuming Yobo or Yolo or whatever his name is, the cowardly Goron. Yeah, we did it. She's actually hello. You're actually really cute. We're all right. We should count ourselves lucky for that. Oh, give me food. I helped you. Holy shit, adult Link. Well, Link still looks like he's around the same age. Well, not the same age. He's clearly probably older. But, you know, he's like, what, like, I think he's like 17 or 18 in this. Plus, you know, the 100 years he spent, you know, sealed away. But I think technically this Link is like a child soldier. Link is really short in this game, yes. He seems to be very small. It's me! I am in Breath of the Wild. My dream. But now you're free. You're free to go in any direction you want. No way, it's lit. It's lit. You know what? I forgot to get something at the plateau. Actually, there's a shrine nearby. There's not. Fuck it. I'm gonna go to Jabba G. Cameo episode. What is this? A cameo episode? Thank you for the stretch. As Link's atoms reassemble. Alright, it should be over here somewhere. Oh, we got all the DLC is now turning on. Well, the DLC is activating. Link screams as he teleports. Well, there's that whole theory about teleportation where when you teleport, you're not actually teleporting, but your atoms are being disassembled and then reassembled, and then new atoms are being reassembled in the location, and it's just a copy of you. Like, it's just like theoretically, it's just a copy of you that just has all your memories. So, like, every time you teleport, you technically die and just create a copy. There it is! Nintendo Switch shirt! Alright. I'm a gamer boy. Xenoblade Chronicles 2? Oh yeah, because, one, this was to advertise for Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And also, oh god. It was also because, the Xenoblade team helped with this game. You've watched enough Star Trek to disagree with that theory? Yeah, I remember, like, because there's, like, a whole episode of Star Trek where, like, two dudes get fused together, right? And then the dude's like, but I'm my own person. You can't, unfuse us because then I'll die. And then they're just like, oh, we don't know what to do. And then eventually they're just like, fuck this guy. Let's just unfuse them. And then they're just like, but you're killing me. And then he's just like, oh, I don't care. We want whatever Spock and Kirk back or some shit. I mean, if teleportation can be proven without, like, first of all, if teleportation can be made real to begin with, but also, if it can be proved without, like, the shadow of a doubt that it does not kill you and just make a copy of you, like, I'll be very, I will never do it unless I can be told, it can be proved without the shadow of a doubt that it doesn't kill you. Because, like, that's the whole thing with Soma, right? The game Soma, where it's like, oh yeah, when you copy your brain to a robot, you're not transferring your actual consciousness into a robot, you just die. Or it just creates a copy that thinks it's the original. And so you're just like, you just keep creating copies. And then at the end of the game, the guy's like, all right, we escaped the horrible hole. And then the girl's like, no, we made copies of ourselves that escaped the hole. And he's like, oh my god, I'm stuck down here at the bottom of the ocean for all eternity. And he's just like freaking out. And I'm just like, wow, this is disturbing. That's the Voyager episode. One's many morally ambiguous scenarios, yeah. Well, that's the thing, is like, it's assuming these scenarios can actually occur. Like, if it's actually is it possible for two entities to fuse together to create its own entity? And then it's like, can you morally justify, like, whose life matters more? That's, once again, assuming that it's possible. New teleportation, okay. Teleporting doesn't kill you, but you do feel the process of your atoms spreading and reassembling. It just hurts tremendously. By the time it's over, you wish you died. I still remember, what is it, like, the first episode of Invader Zim, and I feel like no one really hears it. I think I'm like the only person who hears it because I'm like, I have ADD. I can hear things like that other people just don't pick up. Ow. But when Zim like puts on his disguise for the first time and has like the robot thing generate it for him, like it just slams the two metal things and it starts going. Woo! You just hear Zim while inside the machine as he's getting his disguise. You just hear him yell, "Ah! Why does it hurt?" He's just like, he's like taken aback as to why this technology is hurting him. Oh, it's so funny. It's safe but sucks. And you never get used to the pain because everything heals back perfectly, like Wolverine. Oh, I hate that you said Wolverine because you reminded me that the Wolverine video game exists, and I have to wait for like Spider-Man to come out, and then wait like probably like another 2 years for the Wolverine game to come out. Yeah, no sci-fi really does acknowledge things being buggy. I mean, technically, I guess you could say Star Trek with the whole fusion thing. Or, I don't know, some people have made, like, parodies of Star Trek where it's like, they get teleported, and then all that shows up on the ship is a dick. Like, a dick just flops to the ground. And it's just like, then they get a call from back on the planet side, and they're like, help! Oh god. It's an Octowalk. I'm going to kill it. You just teleported my dick and nothing else. Like, perfectly cauterized. The explanation as to why they fuse. I assumed it was just like their atoms congealing together. In this horrible... if anything, though, it shouldn't have made its own person. It should have made that horrible monster from that Sunny D parody commercial that someone made a few years ago. I love that YouTube video. It's so well made. With viruses instead of bugs. Well, virus is like a thing that's purposely made for malicious intent. A bug is like the unintended result from code. A bug is technically not even like a problem to a computer. Like, to a computer, it's just doing what it's supposed to be doing. A bug is just to describe an undesired result from a computer program. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, like from the computer's point of view. This is what happens when you take, this past semester I've been taking Python, how to code in Python. I actually still have to do the final for it, which I'm going to be working on tomorrow. It was that they were holding a unique alien flower that was hyper adaptive, and it being in the teleporter pattern buffer caused them to merge. So it was like the flower. So like the flower was like. So did it merge them together, and like the flower, like it was the flower's consciousness. Like the flower was an adaptive. It was actually like an alien. Because if that's the case, then that's like a different scenario. Aliens doing weird shit to you, like existentially weird shit to you. Oh, it's just very easy to crossbreed. Okay. Like aliens doing weird shit to your biology and like transforming you is weird to me. Whether it's like something in like a more like existential way, or something like horrifying, like in like Lovecraftian stuff where like you were near this octopus guy and just by being near him turned you into a horrible octopus guy. And then you're like, I'm now a horrible octopus guy. But I'm kind of down with it though, because part of being transformed into a horrible octopus guy means you like being turned into a horrible octopus guy. Was HP Lovecraft just into TF? That was the whole thing the entire time? I mean, outside of being racist. Like, just super uber racist. Or just full of stuff like that, which weird because previous Star Trek series were not that grim. Ah. Computers are technically a narcissist. Or more so, the way my teacher this past semester described it is computers are children who can only take things literally. You have to explain everything and define everything. Don't look up his cat. I already did. A long time ago. God. He was supposedly like he regretted his racism like near the end of his life, which was, you know, it was the early 1900s, so he was like 40 something. And he was talking to a friend of, there's like a letter from a friend of his, that was addressed to a friend of his, and he was basically saying like, I was a dickhead and stuff. And before he could actually make a legitimate change though, like whether that would have been reflected in his actions or his work, he passed away. Which sucks, I think. Like you're legitimately growing as a person, and before you get that chance, it's taken away from you just because, you know, life. Did he Shane Dawson his cat? Oh god, being attacked by a zombie. Because I think like even at the time, like other racists were like, you need to calm down. Like you're too wily. Oh, okay. That scared me because I was like, what, the head's gone, and I'm like, oh, there must be another one around. But I know, what was it? A friend of mine who unfortunately passed away back in 2019, he's buried in the same cemetery as HP. Which, not really a fun fact, but, an interesting one, I would say. Thing is, it sucks for me is like when I learned about H.P. Lovecraft and like it's like oh yeah, he's the guy who made Cthulhu and he's from my home state, and I'm like, whoa, that's so cool. And he's also a ramp. Oh, I got the Majora's Mask. Look at me. An eerie mask passed down by ancient times. Wearing it makes it harder for certain enemies to spot you. It's a rather rare find. Let's end the world. You gotta be pretty racist to be too racist for other races, yeah. I think isn't there another chest around here, I think? Look at the, I'm about to go to like a Nintendo anime convention. But yeah, you have to be pretty racist to make other races be like, whoa, calm down there, buddy. We're not at that level yet. It's like you're gonna mess up the plant. A racist plant. But yeah, it was a bummer because it's like obviously Lovecraft has a huge influence on horror and cosmic stuff. And I do think like you can like adapt that because he doesn't make money off it obviously anymore. I don't even think like, and all his work is like public domain. So it's not like there's not like an estate that makes money off his stuff anymore either. You just acknowledge it, acknowledge that yeah, that was shitty. He's a shitty human being. And you make your Bloodborns. Just make your Bloodborne. Okay, you need to stop, sir. Giant steppy talus. Stone talus. Oh god. Okay, I need you to not do that. I need you to not do that. There we go. Because I mean, if you wanted to be like, all right, we can't use any media or be inspired by any media that has problematic backgrounds, like from throughout history, then I guess we can't make anything anymore. Like, just, I think it's important to know the history, but I feel like you can adapt things without, you know, I guess, like, perpetuating the bad stuff. You're gonna have to wait a bit on Harry Potter, though. Probably a few decades. Gonna wait a bit on that one. Wait a bit. Let that simmer for a few decades or 100 years. I would love that. I remember someone said, like, what if you could go back in time? Like, or you got isekai'd back in time. Like, you got transported back to being, like, your 5-year-old self, but you had... Ow. I'm not paying attention to my hearts because I'm too busy making up these weird scenarios. But someone said, like, what if you got isekai'd back in time to being, like, 5 years old, but you... remember your entire life. And someone said, like, I would go back in time and plagiarize all of Harry Potter, like recreate it from memory before J.K. Rowling writes it, and remove all the problematic elements from it, so that way I can be famous Harry Potter person and everyone can enjoy Harry Potter without all the problematic shit. And I was like, as I read that comment, I was just like, you know what that would also mean? It would also mean J.K. Rowling stays homeless. If you were isekai'd into hell. I mean, I guess you'd just be in hell, and it would suck. Or would you be like a demon in hell? Or, because I would assume, like, getting isekai'd into hell, like, just normally, would just be meaning you died. And you went to hell, because God's a jerk, and didn't like that you liked penis. If you were a dude, or didn't like if you... Or didn't like, or you just because you were gay or whatever. You risk losing the good things. Yeah, I mean that's true too. You would have to like recreate like all your decisions from memory for the good things in your life, like all the people you meet, all the other things, you know. A friend of mine actually has like an irrational fear like that. He's worried like one day he'll wake up and he'll be like 10 and like it's not that he got transported back in time, it's just that his entire life for a huge portion of his life was just a dream and like just doesn't happen. Like what the fuck? God didn't like that I accidentally pushed a child off a cliff. Boss, you killed a child. Amazing, mission complete. Because Painkiller's about a guy fighting his way out of hell. You know what, I'm gonna fight this guy later because it's just taking too long. I'm gonna pull rip. I can't place things yet, I don't think. That's why you're the big boss. MGS5 is so weird and unfinished. I really wish that game was finished. I'm still... While I hate corporate buyouts, I still one day hope, like, Sony or whatever buys Konami. So that way they can at least, like, just rehire Kojima. So he can just at least finish Metal Gear Solid 5. Because I personally understand, like, the guy's kind of done with MGS regardless. Like, he doesn't really want to work on it anymore for the most part, I would assume. But it would still be nice if he could at least finish that game and be done. And, like, be proper done. Because not being able to finish your project in general, it just sucks. Is very, very chaotic out here. Yeah, like an MGS5 director's cut, yeah. They just released like a special edition. It would also like get Kojima like his engine back. Like, cause the Fox engine is technically like something he led development on. But I know that's probably never gonna happen. Or at least not in any time soon. Maybe if, like, the Silent Hill 2 remake does really, really bad. Which, maybe it will? Assuming, you know, what the reviews are like. Because I know Bloober Team isn't good at writing. But since they're, you know, just remaking an existing game, they probably don't need to worry about writing. Plus, I think they got, like, one of the original dudes back to work on it. But they're also making a Silent Hill 2 movie adaptation, which I think is gonna suck too. Which apparently, from what it seems like, the game is just being made to promote the movie. Which is fucked up. But also, they got the guy back who did the original Silent Hill movie. Which... the first, like, portion of that movie is entertaining enough. Because it sticks pretty close to the original game. To the point where there's a sequence where it kind of just recreates the camera angles. But the CGI is aged terribly. There's also monsters in the game, or in the movie, that shouldn't be there because they're Silent Hill 2 monsters. And also, Harry Mason is replaced with a female lead, which normally wouldn't bother me, obviously, because I'm not a dickhead. But the reason for replacing Harry Mason with the female lead is because the director thought it was too gay for a man to be running around looking for his daughter and being scared of all the crazy monsters. Like, he thought it was too emasculating. So I'm like, oh great, so you're having this guy make Silent Hill 2, which is about a man who's also, like, broken up about, like, his my dead wife. And I just think, like, oh man, this is gonna be a train wreck, isn't it? Got $50 though, so that's not bad. How dare a man care and worry for his loved ones? How dare a man be afraid by these fucking nightmare creatures and seeing reality fucking crumble before him? It's like, oh, it got dark out. It didn't get dark out like nighttime dark. It became like as if I'm in a cave outside dark. Like unnatural dark. Oh, but it's gay if I piss my pants. Because, you know, reality is warping around me. Where'd the sun go? I actually have nightmares like that. Like, I had a nightmare... nightmare when, like, just your, like, reality falls apart. And I kind of want to make a game out of it at someday. But, like, a nightmare where, like, you're just... a guy is just going about his day, and reality just fucking melts. Like, things just go awful, like, the fucking sun goes out, and it's, like, dark out. And, like, maybe it starts, like, raining blood or bullshit, and people just start killing each other. Like, because I have, like, nightmares like that sometimes, where I'm just, like, in a bus or something like that, and suddenly, like, I see a burning building, and, like, everyone in the street is, like, killing each other. It's absolute chaos, and I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? Oh god! Oh god! How'd you not see me? Oh, because of my Majora's Mask. He's a fan of it too. I remember when this game first came out, and every time the moblin here would ragdoll, the game would just completely drop frames. Like, it would just fall apart. But yeah, when, like, yeah, to me, like, the horrifying concept of, like, reality breaking and, like, just some weird mystical dark shit just starts happening is, like, terrifying to me. I always hear that about people, like, the Backrooms fandom is always got so divisive so quickly. Because I definitely know what I understand both perspectives. Like, I love, you know, I think there's room for both, there's back room for both. But yeah, like, adding lore and stuff, it just became like another SCP thing, which, like, the SCP thing's already its own thing. So it's like, why make another one? But also because, like, the monsters and the ideas were kind of like, you know, your typical, like, creepypasta monsters. you know, like the grinning face in the dark is like evil grinning dark face, and it's like, it's just like your typical whatever horror thing. I understand like the desire to make like reality warping horror is like awesome. Long face ghost and long bald man. Like, it's difficult to also make horror that way because we as humans like to explain things. Ow. We as humans like to like over-explain things and figure things out, and that doesn't work with horror because understanding how a horror situation works, like learning how the monster works and how to kill it, and learning how this nightmare dimension works and everything, removes the horror. Like, not understanding how Silent Hill works is what makes it scary. Like, and that's why I kind of wish, like, people did say, like, back in the day, I keep doing whistle by accident. That's what people keep saying, like, Silent Hill 2 was, if Silent Hill 2 was appreciated as what it was back when it first came out, and they continued doing, like, isolated stories, like, in Silent Hill, instead of, you know, returning to the story of Harry Mason with Silent Hill 3, it would have been better because, like, it's not about... Silent Hill 2 is not about explaining what's going on in Silent Hill. It's about it's about James and his relationship with his wife and the other people who are clearly, like, damaged by their own traumas. But the unknown is literally... yeah, is why something is scary. Yeah. Like, horror... That's why, like, Resident Evil isn't really that scary anymore, because, you know, it's like, it's bioterrorism. You know, it's... But to be fair, I don't think... Resident Evil was never striding for that type of horror. I don't think. It was always striding for, like, the cheesy 80s movie. And, you know, slasher horror, slash, you know, just being in a horrible situation. Yeah, Resident Evil was definitely... Especially once 4 came out. Like, 4 is when it went all in on, like, being a silly action movie. And I love it for it. Silent Hill decided to be, like, the polar opposite of it, which, unfortunately, because of Konami being Konami, never really got its full... Like, to me, Silent Hill should be just as big as Resident Evil, if not bigger. And it's a shame that because of the incompetence of a publisher, Silent Hill probably will never get its time to shine that it deserves. Yeah, then RE6 happened. RE6 is a weird one. It plays okay. Like, I think as a game, it can be fun, but it takes itself too seriously. It's bloated. It's like the longest game in the series because it has like 4 campaigns. All with like their own UIs and shit. But there are, like, to me, like, if that game does get a remake, because it seems like 5 is getting remade, which gonna be weird, but hopefully it's good. Plus, at the same time, I'll take any excuse to see Wesker in his heyday again. But if you remake 6, just make it stupid. Just make it super fucking stupid. Like, if you put RE4 Leon into Resident Evil 6, that game immediately becomes better. Because in RE6, Leon is too serious. He is too melodramatic, and he doesn't have his funny one-liners, really. Like, it's just overall just not entertaining. I can see Resident Evil 5 remake benefiting tremendously from one, making the AI just like a side friend to you, like how Lewis fights alongside you in Resident Evil 4 remake. Some people even said like this feels like a test for Sheva in Resident Evil 5. So when you're playing by yourself, she's just like an assistant. Like she doesn't take up resources, she doesn't take up anything or whatever. She's just alongside for the ride. And then when you play co-op, though, you can actually work together. Because that game's great with co-op. And I think that's why some people are okay with it getting remade, because it's like a new co-op adventure. But I also would like if Code Veronica also got the remake treatment, just for the sake of plot, like Wesker plot, and also the twins coming back, the ridiculous fucking twins would be great. Like the fucking crazy twin in it, like one of the Wesker children or whatever, and he's just like, "Oh, Claire Redfield, and I will eliminate you and feast upon your corpse," or whatever, and he's just like, "Oh!" Like this fucking, it's great. It's great. Like I love that stupid shit. Like that's why people really love fucking Resident Evil 4. Like I love Resident Evil 4 because of how stupid it is. Hell, even though I don't really like Resident Evil 3 Remake that much because of how they kind of botched Nemesis, the whole thing, like the writing with Carlos and Jill, is fucking A tier. Like it's their banter and their relationship is so well written and so entertaining just for them talking to when they're talking to each other. Same can be said. They kind of gave Leon and Ashley in the remake the same treatment. So both Ashley and him are like super enjoyable to like as the relationship develops and how they talk to each other. I mean, in terms of writing, you can easily say like the writing for Resident Evil 4 remake is better than the original in terms of like the actual plot. Obviously, but if you want that camp and you want that action movie camp, you gotta play the original. But the remake has so many. But someone had a great review, like the Gaming Brit. He's like a lesser known like YouTube reviewer. He reviews a lot of Capcom, Devil May Cry. He really likes his action games. And he talks about how his review is pretty good. And how he mentioned at the beginning of this review, he says Resident Evil 4 Remake feels like a dream. And he means not like in the like not in the negative or positive way, but it feels like a literal dream. And I understood immediately what he said because I was thinking that thought to myself a few days ago before he even posted the review. And that was, yeah, when I think about Resident Evil 4 Remake right now, I get this weird feeling like I didn't even play it. I didn't stream it or anything. I feel like I dreamed it. Like it honestly feels like something I dreamed. Like it didn't actually exist. Because like how dreams work usually, like if you ever dreamed of like playing a video game, like you ever had a dream that you were playing a video game, maybe it's one of your favorite games, but there's extra geometry in the level, or there's you're playing a scenario that wasn't in the original game, or you're whatever. Like I remember being a kid having a dream I was playing Banjo-Kazooie, but I was in like this level that wasn't in the game. And that's what Resident Evil 4 Remake feels like. It feels like I played a dream version of Resident Evil 4. It's still good. It's really good, but I get this really, now when I think back to it, after I've had it like in my brain for a few weeks, after I beat it, I now get like this weird sense, like this uncanny sense in my mind when I think about it. Like it really feels like, did that game happen? My brain's like, that game didn't happen. That was a dream. That was not real. And I'm like, no, it was real. It happened. And I've never experienced that with a real game I played, where I feel like I played a game from my dreams. I've never had that feeling before, but it's super fascinating. And I don't know if I'll ever feel that again unless like some other game that I played to death, like Resident Evil 4, gets remade. And there's not many like that. Like maybe if Ocarina of Time got a remake like that, or I don't know, a Klonoa game, something like that. But I think like I do like Resident Evil 4 remake, and I probably will play it again, but it's just surreal. It's just, there's this weird surreal feeling it gives me. Here's this guy. This guy's cool. The end is near. Maybe somewhat used to seeing these omens by now, but well, let's say that it's better than most. We're doomed! I mean, don't panic. Sorry. Who are you? Have we met? Doesn't matter who you are, really. I was getting tired of talking to myself. So, you've come at a good time. By the by, those strange things that popped out of the ground, did you see them? I'm not talking about the mushrooms here. I'm talking about those towers. They seem to have popped up all over the place. That's not the only strange thing that's happened. Those long deserted shrines suddenly started glowing. You know what that means, don't you? The end is here! With all the craziness happening, I've been keeping an eye on that thing. Just to see if it would suddenly start moving, you know? What thing? I'm talking about that Guardian, of course. Haven't you heard the old stories about Hyrule? See that thing over there? The one shaped like the overturned urn? That is what I'm talking about. Did you know some of them can move? One of them once chased me down and tried to kill me. This one here? No, it was a different one. That one's closer to the castle, but before the forest. When you spot one, when they spot you, they shoot blue beams of light at you. Man, I was so sure that it was the end for me. I was prepared for the worst, but somehow managed to escape into the nearby woods. I think it was my lightning-fast reflexes that saved me? I wish the truth is, I just got lucky. Anyway, I hear guardians are like that still wander around Hyrule Castle. Be careful. The only thing I've experienced was playing the Scott Pilgrim vs. the World game re-release. But it was like a nightmare because the controls feel like you try to run and dream, but don't make any progress. Oh yeah. So this guy's cool. Watch what he does here. Oh wait, no. Oh, okay. Usually he's supposed to talk. Let me try that again. Maybe it's the Majora's Mask. I think the Majora's Mask scares people. Like people are like, scary. Also, I want to take off my Switch shirt because I think it has worse defense. No, it's the same. I'll keep it on until I find a shirt with better defense. I'm gonna do it. Wait a minute! Please think about what you're doing! You won't change the world by jumping carelessly to your doom, don't you know? That would only do one thing, and that's drive me batty. Seriously, think of the shock I'd suffer seeing something like that. Now come down and climb off that rail. And don't climb down that way. Climb down this way. This is a nice guy. Phew, you had me worried there. Don't mess with people like that. Stay here and chat with you for a bit, if you'd like. What are you doing? Just patrolling the bridge, an important route. It's really busy making sure monsters don't nest here by chasing them off the bridge and stuff. Ask me whatever you want. Yeah, he has like multiple too. Like, I'm gonna do it again. Hey, don't be rash!
You won't change the world by jumping carelessly to your doom, don't you know? Oh, wait. Alright, there we go. He even offers, like, to stick around and, like... Please think about what you're doing. I'm young, but you're even younger. I'm trying to be the best... I'm trying my best out here. But I just get the feeling that you're going to end up trying even harder in this world. That's the feeling I get when I look at your face. But maybe I'm nuts. Now climb down. Climb off of the rail. And don't climb down that way. Climb down this way. He's just super, like... Are you good? If I go, are you good? Yeah, it's just very interesting. Like, I like that because, it's not a joke about, self-harm. It's a joke about a guy who misinterprets what you're doing, but also is a good person and will try to help you if you were actually considering that. Okay, that guy's gonna kill me. Flurry rush! Alright, I am... I got flurry rush is actually pretty easy to get. There we go. Take your Bako club. Made a real Bako. You know what that guy reminds me of? He reminds me of that Japanese man, standing in the freezing lake. And he's just like, you! Over there, you! Yeah! Don't give up! You can do it! I'm standing in negative degree weather, negative degree water. And he's like, never give up! And everyone's just like, yeah! Then someone played like a bunch of, like, friggin' Kill a Kill music over it. I feel like he might be a reference to that, but I don't think so. To be fair, this game was done, like, a lot of the staff who worked on this game were younger developers. Like Nintendo said, like, the reason why, like, there's so many new ideas in this game is because they really let, like, a lot of their younger staff take the reins. Like, people who grew up playing, like, the old Zeldas. And they really, like, encouraged them to, like, come up with ideas and stuff. So it's possible. Like, maybe one of the younger staff was just like, ah, I got an idea. So I will tell you one thing that definitely choked me up when playing this was nothing to do with the story, but there is a mountain in this game. It's kind of like over there. And it's actually called Satori Mountain. And on top of the mountain, there is a cherry blossom tree. And on certain nights, a spirit will spawn on it. It's like this deer spirit. It's called like the Sage of the Forest or something like that. And it's considered like this very like holy spirit that protects the wildlife and everything. And in its description, it says like the spirit is possibly like the reincarnation of a wise sage. And it's very clearly obvious that because the mountain's name is Satori,
It is it's paying homage to Satoru Iwata. Especially because like it has a giant cherry blossom tree, and I was just like, when I first learned that, I was just like, oh my god. There's even more so. There is a character in the game, who looks very much like Iwata. Who will tell you about the mountain, and he even sells you certain goods for like. They're like the cheapest in the game. Like he's genuinely trying to help you. Lost that man way too soon. I wish he lived to see where Nintendo's at now. I don't think I've ever found this little cave. Can I bust these? I'll just use a bomb. Be careful, Link. Don't. Oh, found rock salt. Crystallized salt from an ancient sea commonly used in seasoned meals. People thought like this was like evidence that this game takes place after Wind Waker. Unfortunately, no. There's still like no real evidence of where this game lies in the timeline. Nor does it, I think, matter at this point. I think Nintendo doesn't give a shit. In fact, I think at this point we know they don't. I got a mighty Thrystal. Delicious. Delicious Thrystal. Bye-bye! Open sesame. Soldier shield. I don't got room for shields. What do I have for shields? Get rid of this one. You know, I'm holding this one for right now since it has the least durability and it has a cool deer on it. Okay, Cryonis. I am severely excited for Tears of the Kingdom at this point. One, because that last trailer was pretty good. But also, while it was concerning that... Oh, Froggy! Froggy went up. While it was concerning that the game was reusing this map, it's now just made me more like interested, because I'm just like, how are they gonna do it? You know, besides the, you know, massive open world or massive sky islands, I'm just excited to see like how they justify it, like how much of the world has changed, like what locations are different. Like to re-explore this map, to find whatever you need. I don't need a second Korok leaf. Flurry Rush! You also know the modding community is going to have a field day with it, unless, you know, Nintendo Nintendo's, which, I mean, they will probably, but you can't stop an entire community of modders. You can attack the biggest ones, but that's about it. Ooh, tomorrow's Monday. We're getting another Stephanie Sterling video. I always like them tearing into things I don't like. Hello, little bokoblin. You sleep? I commit sleep murder. Bokoblin. Shit. There we go. Oh, there's two blue boys. Gotta be careful with these blue boys, guys. Because they're very strong, and I'm gonna use my strongest weapon to take them out. Ah! No! No, you don't get the weapons. You stop right there. Hold on. Hold on. Don't do anything. Don't do it. Alright. There we go. Was there no treasure chest for this area? Guess not. I'm gonna take all your apples, I'm gonna take your Traveler's Claymore. Smash this. Bloop, 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 bloop. Now to Far Cry this tower. Oh god. The keys are coming. Oh wow, they're really not giving up. Oh god. Oh god. I'm getting up close and personal with his keys. I actually don't like the keys designs in this. Like, I like them actually being bats rather than flying one-eyed skulls. I know the sequel has, like, these weird flying dragon things. And friggin' Gleeok from fucking Zelda 1 returning. That's hype as shit. I like that. I hope there's more Zelda 1 shit. Like, it was so cool seeing the Lionels in this game for the first time. It was just like, wow, this is the first time a Lionel's been in a 3D Zelda game. And the last time a Lionel was like in a Zelda game was like Link to the Past / Link Between Worlds. Whee! I Far Cried the shit out of this tower. Bloop. We got the Shiga sensor. It will tell us where there's nearby shrines. Now, normally, I would turn this off, but for the sake of this playthrough, I think I will keep it on. Since, one, I already kind of know, I've already found every shrine on my own anyway. And this just makes it easier, faster to get, like, all my, upgrades. But at the same time, I hate the sound of that. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. Alright. I'm immediately regretting this. It's not a great sound. I think, what is it, like up here? I think it's up here. Alright. I lied. You said you would stay away. I lied. I don't think I can climb this. Oh no, it's right over there. You lie! Why must you lie to me? Okay, is this the one with the... Oh, no, no, okay. Timing is critical. Shooty-dooty-dooty-dooty. Though I am looking forward to not having to do these shrines anymore when Tears drops. They're cool, they're interesting puzzles, but I don't think I ever want to see the blue ever again. Just the Sheikah tech rooms. And from my understanding, Tears of the Kingdom has legit ass temples. Arnold's infamous quote from Pumping Iron. I feel like I have, but I forgot it. Whee! Aww. Nope. Nope. And I'm pumping iron. I'm assuming it sounds very, very, like, gay. Oh, I need to ride this back if I want the treasure chest. For whatever reason, the first thing I thought of when you said that, with pumping iron, I just thought of that episode of SpongeBob with the anchor arms. And he's like, I tend to get sweaty when I'm pumping iron. Check it out. Oh, I got a hat. Oh, it's a sample in a song you listen to? I love it when songs do the sample things, even though, like, it's a legal gray area. I was a wimp before Anchor Arms, and now I'm a jerk, and everybody loves me. Is that like an old use of the word jerk? Like what is it? Actually, I'm gonna learn something today. Jerk, original meaning. Oh, whoops, that did not Type out. Jerk original meaning. Original verb, the verb jerk. Oh, no, not that kind of jerk. Maybe jerk name? Because, yeah, there's jerk the action, and then there's jerk origin name. Meaning of jerk, name jerk, in the Old Norse Scandinavian origin. Means Old Norse. Ever ruling, island ruler, ever ruler, a variant of Eric. Name jerk is an Old Norse Scandinavian origin and is a boy's name. Oh. Oh, it's a name. It's a Scandinavian name. Oh, yeah. I know what that one you're talking about right now. The feeling of the jump is like coming in this beautiful woman. I'm so coming at home. I'm coming at the gym. I'm in absolute heaven. Is it really me? My son jerk. Here's my son jerk. According to most food historians tell us the jerk is the Spanish word that comes from a Peruvian word, charqui, meaning dried strips of meat. That's jerky. I'm talking about calling someone a jerk. Jerk definition meaning Webster. An annoyingly stupid or foolish person, an unlikable person, a single quick motion, jolting action, jerk. Alright. But I want to know when it became like calling someone a jerk. What is a jerk? Jerk is a mean dude, selfish, arrogant, inconsiderate. Some people call. How did jerk become a slang term, maybe? The term jerk for a rude or ineffectual person has been used since 1935 and comes from the American English carnival slang of uncertain origin. It is perhaps from jerk water or the phrasal verb jerk off, meaning to masturbate. So like soda jerk. I guess. Like that? Like, you know, you refer to someone as a, and then it slowly divulged into like calling someone just a jerk. Like the soda jerks in fucking Sam & Max. Soda. It's a delicious soda for me. I don't drink soda that often anymore. I'll usually drink it, or like an alcoholic beverage, which I only recently started drinking. I only started drinking it like in August because of, you know, I work at a wine / alcohol store. So you kind of have to know the product in order to sell the product. So I taste some stuff and I'm like, ooh, this is good. Ooh, that's tasty. And then I'm like, oh, beer is gross. All beer tastes like is beer. There's rarely any difference. Though I did have, I went to like a Smash event at like a pizza / brewery place. And they gave me what was called like a strawberry sour. And at first I thought like, oh, it's like a sour strawberry drink. Like alcoholic strawberry drink. And it's like, no, a sour is a type of beer. And they're like, yeah, sour beer is basically, it's literally spoiled beer. Or what's considered to be spoiled beer. And I actually was like, oh, this isn't bad. I actually enjoyed that. Soda's becoming part of your branding, but you don't really drink it anymore. Yeah, I mean... Oh, don't get me started. I'm glad I finally got rid of those soda poppers. I'm waiting for episode 3 or season 3 to get remastered. Like, I think I can download it on Steam now, but I want to wait for the remaster. so much chaos and explosions. I hope like season 3, like the remaster, does well enough that they decide to make like an actual season 4. Like, I really hope those, like I want Sam & Max to get more stuff. I remember even, like, I started reading the comic book, and he was like, the creator, in like an intro to the book, he was like, I can't wait for people who hear about this game, or hear about the comics and everything through osmosis, and are flabbergasted at how popular it is, despite the fact that there's not that much content. And I was like, wow, alright. Like, I started reading the comic a little bit. I watched the cartoon series, which I was like, wow, it's a shame this did not take off. But yeah, in terms of, before I continue getting sidetracked by Sam & Max, I guess, yeah, I started drinking, I'll drink, like, some soda with, like, a meal. Like, I'll have, like, a root beer with, like, some wings, or something like that. Like, something to complement it, but I don't really drink soda, like, as a thing to do, or a thing to, like, consume on its own. And same thing with alcohol, for the most part, too. Like, that or I'll drink something before bed, because, you know, it kind of gets me sleepy. I've never been drunk yet. I hope to never be, frankly. Only one season, yeah, it's a shame. It was crazy when I learned, the voice actor for Sam in the cartoon, is the same guy who voiced King Koopa in the 80s Mario cartoon. And, like, once you hear his voice again, you'll never unhear it. He sadly passed away, but he was a pretty good voice actor. I remember the voice actor for Max and that, he's still around. I think he still does work. Like, he's still, like, a voice actor. Oh no, you're thinking of Frank Welker. No, he's still around, and he still does Fred and Scooby-Doo to this day. I think he's like the last living member of the original Scooby gang. He was in, I recently watched it, like last fall. They made the, they did the Scooby-Doo crossover with Courage the Cowardly Dog. Which kind of serves as a conclusion to Courage's story. Like, weirdly enough. Like, it's a story about, like, why Nowhere is fucked up. Like, you learn the history of Nowhere and, like, what's causing all the weird shit to happen. I believe the voice actress of Muriel came back to reprise her role for it. She actually passed away, I believe, like, shortly after the film's release. But Frank Welker's in that as well. Like, he voices Scooby and Courage, like, you know, he's supposed to. Well, not Scooby and Courage, Scooby and Fred. Oh wait, you know what? I know how to do this. I gotta make sure this is the first one I make. And then make this the second. Make this the third. Oh wait, that's not good enough. Okay, so right there. It was an entertaining, like, Scooby-Doo spin-off movie. I think it was, like, a fun idea to have, like, Scooby essentially solve the mystery of Nowhere. And I think that's a cute way to end it. You need to watch that sometimes. Yeah, it's on HBO Max, I believe. You know, watch it before David Zaslav gets his hands on it. It was a good movie. I will say there's an awkward scene in it, which seemed very like corporate, but at the same time was kind of funny. Eustace has a rap scene in it, which is weird to choose him. But a lot of characters return. You know, a lot of fun references and stuff like that. I mean, even the voice actor for Courage reprises his role. So Eustace, I know, right? Eustace thing, I think he would also hate a lot of the people who do rap because of a specific thing about their complexion. There's always like I always wanted like there's that episode where Eustace has that rain cloud curse over his head, and he eventually, like, at the end of the episode, like, he learns to be kind to himself, and like it's a very emotional scene and everything, but then like at the end of the episode he kind of goes back to his old ways, and I'm just like, there's always like this, like, as I keep watching the series, I'm always like, there has to be a moment where he just finally like realizes how much of a dick he is, right? Like, it keeps alluding to it, and it's like it never gets that full thing, like where he finally like softens up. Oh yeah, his favorite musician, Velveeta Vic. A lot of weird shit happened to Courage and Jesus. Oh, did you know the theory? Like, the episode after Eustace and Muriel get turned into puppets, every episode after that is just Courage acting out because he can't live with the idea of them being gone. I'm just like, no, it's a cartoon. And when the episode ends, everything returns to normal. It's called a cartoon. I do say, like, I kind of did get freaked out at episodes of certain shows and things where the status quo didn't return to normal, and the next episode the characters were just back to normal, like as if nothing happened. And you're just like, what? I don't get it. Like, sometimes Billy and Mandy would end like that, or Zim, or Vader Zim. I'd just be like, I'm just confused more than anything, and it freaks me out. There's at the end of the episode where Zim and Dib get turned into sausages, and they're stuck in a house at the end of the episode, surrounded by dogs that want to eat them. And they're just like sitting there, and he's just like, you jerk. And the episode just ends there, and I'm just like, what, they're just stuck as sausages forever? And then the next episode comes out and they're fine again. And there's like one episode later on in the series where Dib offhandedly just mentions to Zim, it's like, I helped you when we got turned into sausages. And I'm just like, oh, I guess they just figured it out off screen. Here's the best boy. He's fucking ripped. Look at those abs. Hi, I don't believe I made your acquaintance. My name's Beetle, and you can call me, actually, let's just stick with Beetle. But even if you ever forget my face, you can remember me by my beetle-shaped backpack. Oh, despite these dangerous times, you'll find me traveling all over Hyrule to fill your shopping needs. I stock many special bugs and must-have items for travelers, and I always charge a fair price, or my name's not Beetle. Well, you seem to say that your name isn't Beetle because you just said, alright, whatever. Also, buy all sorts of things. I also buy all sorts, sorry. Oh, the Billy Mandy episode where they age backwards to death. Yeah, that one's fucked up. Especially with Grimm, because it doesn't make sense. Because he's supposed to be death. Yeah, Beetle got shredded. I mean, look at that backpack. You carrying that around all day? If you're in need of rupees, gemstones in particular fetch a high price. How do I help you today? What have you got? What do you got? He's got frogs and crickets and octo balloons. I'm gonna take your arrows. You don't have enough rubies. What the fuck? All right, I'll take the 2-pack. I'll take them all. Yeah. Wow. He doesn't say thank you in this though, really. And I go thank you. Let me see. I could sell some gems for a quick buck. You know, I'll sell some of these amber since they're the. Sell like 7. Oh wait, no, not all of them. I just hit all of them. Oh, it's too bad. There's like times if you approach him and you have like a certain type of beetle in your inventory, he'll ask you, "Hey, please sell that to me. I'll give you a lot of rupees for it." And if you say no, he'll just get like really dour, or he'll just get very quiet, and he'll just be like, "You'll regret this." Oh yes, I do know the explanation behind White Grim. I do. The creator was asked that, for those of you who don't know, there's an episode of Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy in which Grim becomes living, like he becomes a human. And he becomes like an average looking like white guy with like a giant chin. Like it's basically like Grim with skin. But people pointed out, Grim is heavily like color coded or like black coded to be like Jamaican. Like he has a Jamaican accent, he has a Jamaican grandmother, he has a Jamaican accent. I think I just said that twice. But people were like, why wasn't he black? Like why didn't he turn out to be like, when he became human, he became a black person? And the creator was like, well, we initially thought of doing that, but we then realized the whole scenario with Grim Adventures is that he is forced to be the friend of Billy and Mandy because he lost a bet, and so he's essentially their slave. And so we were like, yeah, let's just make him white. Which honestly, good on them for having that foresight, because I could have seen that going over and just being like people just realizing that later on in their lives. Like us as kids, like if I was a kid at the time, I wouldn't have thought nothing of it. But obviously, like as we got older, someone would be like, you know, Billy and Mandy, it's like, it's kind of fucked up. And be like, yeah, that's really fucked up. But yes, it was definitely the right call. Like maybe I would have maybe even thought like maybe not make the episode at all, so you wouldn't even have the scenario. But at the same time, maybe they just thought like they spent the entire time writing the episode and was probably like they probably realized it maybe like halfway through, and they were just like, yeah, we've already spent money on this. But yeah, it was pretty wild. I didn't even think about it, honestly, until someone brought it up. I was like, oh yeah, he's white. And I was like, yeah, that is weird that he has a Jamaican accent and he's a white guy. Oh, the horsies won't let me get them. But yeah, definitely the right decision in that department, because fuck. Very early 90s and 2000s Cartoon Network has some like wild decision making. You know, there's also like that deleted episode of Dexter and Dee Dee becoming swearing like sailors. Okay, do I have any stamina? I do not. I forgot. This is a thing. Oh. The rude remover, yes. They removed their unpoliteness from their bodies. And people were like, we really want an uncensored version of this. Headcanon is that as a kid, since Grimm was always a skeleton, that wasn't his skin, it was just the skin that manifested on him. Yeah, it could have been like, you know, it's part of the wish or whatever turned him human. Like they technically he doesn't have a race. They just based it. I actually don't know what the decision was when they decided to make Grimm Jamaican. I assume something to do with maybe Jamaican culture or something like that. Because they didn't just give him the accent, you know. The first episode has him challenging to a game of Limbo, so maybe that was part of it. And then they went further with making like his grandmother Jamaican, and like she's like that old, you know, Jamaican type of, or not even an old Jamaican type of grandma, like just old grandma who's just like, she makes the good food and all that stuff. Look at these two bros. Look at these twin bros. I think it's because they play Limbo for, yeah, that's what I think so too. It's probably like, actually, like in the first episode, if you watch like the pilot episode of that, he doesn't really have that thick of a Jamaican accent. It's really when the series goes into like full production that they like amp it up a little bit more. Because I know like his voice actor isn't Jamaican. I know he is definitely, he's black, but I don't think he actually has that accent. Because he also voices Aku Aku in the more recent Crash Bandicoot games. Treasure of the Great Bandit, Misko. It's as good as ours. Psst. Yeah, he's not Jamaican. Or may have Jamaican like heritage or whatever, but I just know he doesn't have the accent's not his actual accent. Like I don't really know about the guy's actual DNA background from DNA perspective, but yeah. I still can't unhear the fact that Samurai Jack and like Hermes from Futurama are the same guy. But I still need to beat that Samurai Jack game, because that game is technically, it has like the canon ending. Why was Grimm's mom European, and why was his dad, why his dad was the dad from that 70s show? Oh, right. Oh, I deleted that from my brain. But yeah, it was. I don't know, I guess they just liked getting like weird actors at times. Like, who'd they get to voice the boogeyman? What was his name? He passed away not too long ago, I think. He's in a lot of movies. William Mandy, Boogeyman voice. It was Fred Willard. Yeah, Fred Willard to voice the Boogeyman. Yeah, they had Fred Willard to voice the Boogeyman in that. Yeah, Jack-o'-lantern was played by yeah, Newman. He's a really good voice actor, really. Like, anytime he shows up and stuff, I'm like, whoa, what, is that Newman? He's like he's the Dragon Shaolin Showdown, Mr. Blick and Cat Scratch, which I wish I could remember Cat Scratch better, but knowing that Doug Tenable's the one who made it, still like makes me like, this is hard to go back to. What was it? And Yeah, and then the Christmas special, Santa was voiced by Gilbert Gottfried. And also, what was it? There was the vampire guy in it. The head vampire. Baron... It was like Baron von something. Baron von Ghoulish. He was also in that episode. And he was voiced by... Who was it? Voice. Yeah, Baron von Ghoulish was like the guy that Mrs. Claus tried to blame for turning Santa into a vampire. So they go to meet him and they're like, "You're the head vampire. We have to kill you to cure Santa." And he's like, "I am the head vampire, but you want the head vampire." And then they find out the head vampire is actually Mrs. Claus. Yes, Baron von Ghoulish in that episode, he was voiced by Malcolm McDowell. the fucking Clockwork Orange guy. He's also a really good voice actor. I love his voice. Yeah. He's played by Malcolm McDowell. Same thing with, yeah. Malcolm McDowell does a lot of voice work. I believe. He is most recently, the most notable thing recently, in Castlevania, the animated series, he voiced Varney/Death. Wait, is this the line he says?
Dracula is going to bring death to this world on a scale unimagined. Something I could never do. I am a spirit, a function of the world. I can't raise armies. I can't fight an entire world teeming with life and bleed it to death. But he could, and that was taken away. I am not a vampire, as you understand it. Death is my meat, and you people broke him. And I can't bring him back, because I'm not human.
You and me, we're just killers out of history. It's time for us to go.
Wow, this is a huge clip.
And who's going to make me go? You? With your bit of string in your hand?
It's really good. It's really good. What else was he in? In some weird cartoons. He played D. Dallas in God of War 3. The father of Icarus. Got some Phineas and Ferb stuff. Oh, he's Mad Mod from Teen Titans.
That's right, lads and lovies. You're the only students at Mad Mod's Institute for Bratty Teenage Do-Gooders.
Oh boy. It takes me back. He's a great voice actor. And I loved him in there's a line he says in Castlevania when he's fighting oh, my brain just farted. When he's fighting Belmont and he literally tells him, "I'm going to eat your girlfriend's soul and then shit it out and shove it down your throat." I'm just like, Jesus Christ. This is very, because the whole thing, when, what do you call it? When the Castlevania series started, like, it's based on Castlevania 3, the game. Like, that's in terms of timeline-wise of Castlevania, that's where it takes place. Because it's the first time Belmont fights Dracula, and, it's not Richter. Why can't I think of his name right now? It's not Richter, Simon. I'm having a massive brain fart. What the fuck? Castlevania. Netflix. Characters. Trevor. Fuck. Jesus. Thank God. I think in a lot of like high profile voice actors for the animated series. Like there was a character called Godbrand played by Peter Stormare. Who played Dracula in this? Fucking voice actor. Graham McTavish. So yeah, they had some pretty good talent to do the voice work in Castlevania. But yeah, Trevor, yeah, the story of the original Castlevania 3 is like Trevor assembles a team of vampire hunters, which consists of him, a wizard named Sypha, Alucard, Dracula's son, and a pirate named what was it, like Joffrey or something like that. In the Netflix series, that character is omitted, the pirate. And people were like, why? He's a cool character, and everyone's just like, well, why the hell would a pirate be in a landlocked continent in the middle of Transylvania? And they're just like, yeah, I guess writing wise it wouldn't make much sense for him to be here. Oh, it's Grant. It's Grant. That's his name, Grant. And there's a funny reference in, I think, season 3, where Sypha and Trevor are traveling to a nearby town. All you know about Castlevania is Die Monster. You don't belong in this world. It's a shame that version, like that cut, or those voice works, are, like, forever trapped on, like, the Xbox 360 re-release and the PlayStation 3 re-release. Because the newer versions, like the collection that released on PS4, has the PSP dub, like where Alucard's like voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, and like they recast the entire crew, and so the lines aren't as memorable. But I'm pretty sure, I'm gonna wonder if maybe, I don't know if there's a Steam version, but if there is a Steam version, I would assume that there's a mod that replaces the voice acting back to the original PS1 voices. But either way, in season 3, Sypha and Trevor are traveling to a nearby town, and they're talking about like all the weird stuff they encountered during their travels, and Trevor talks about like, yeah, what more ridiculous things could we encounter? Like, next we're gonna, like, last thing we encountered was a man who who put a bunch of wheels on a boat and started riding around, calling himself the Pirate of the Road. And it was just like, oh my god, they met Grant, and he's like a crazy person who carts around on a boat with wheels. And I'm like, why not include him? But the other thing was, I think like one of the main dudes writing for the series was like, where's Death? Death is like a huge antagonist in the Castlevania series. Like he's usually always a boss that you have to fight. And I think like the creator was, the guy writing the series was just like, nah, it's stupid. Like, why would Death work for Dracula and stuff like that? But people were just like, yeah, but it's cool though. So they wrote him in season 4, and I think that's because one of the main dudes behind Castlevania got in trouble for possibly grooming. I forget. I know a guy got ousted from the not the cast, the like the writing Castlevania director outed. Oh no, not let me get rid of Dracula in there. Outed. The Castlevania controversy started in 2020 when dozens of women came forward with accusations of manipulation and sexual coercion against the creator, Warren Ellis, who was subsequently removed from the show. Alright, so Castlevania producer sues. Seems like the MO. Suing after he got ousted. Yes, this guy. This guy with his weird eyeliner. So I believe this was the guy who was like, yeah, death is stupid. I think this is the guy. So it's possible that he got ousted after season 3, and so in season 4 they were like, let's do death. The guy's gone. The Castlevania controversy started. Ellis was not affiliated. Further work tied to the franchise. Exclusion extended to the spin-off series by Netflix in 2021. Yes, there is a spin-off also coming out, which takes place years later, where we will get Richter, which is mine and my friend's favorite Belmont. He's the one that's in Smash Brothers. So I'm very excited to see him. It's also my favorite because he's like the prequel character to Symphony of the Night. So he consistently has bad opinions. The exclusion extended to the spin-off series. Yeah, it seems like, yeah, he just got ousted. The exclusion extended to the spin-off series, which will be set during the French the spin-off series with Richter is going to be set during the French Revolution and focus on the characters Richter Belmont and Maria Renard, which are basically the main characters of Rondo of Blood, which takes place before Symphony of the Night, which I'm hoping they adapt Symphony of the Night because it's Symphony of the fucking Night. But I don't know how it would work personally, so we'll have to see. But yeah, there's also a great character in the series as well called Isaac. He is written so well. I highly recommend just watching that series for Isaac alone. Like, he shows up in season 2, but he really gets his like his he fleshed out in season 3 and 4, where it's just fantastic. Like, every moment with him is super fucking interesting. One good example, without like spoiling too much, is he's an alchemist. But however, how alchemy works, well, he's an alchemist necromancer, and how that works in the Castlevania universe is only living people can be like necromancer / alchemists. So he's hired by Dracula and stuff to build his undead army and stuff. And he essentially like just hates humanity. And he eventually like builds after things go awry with him and he's like out by himself, he starts building like his own army of undead soldiers. Like, he literally like kills people and then uses their corpses to reanimate them into demons. And at one point he's like, with his entire like crew, he looks to one of them and says like, which one of you can speak, like has a mouth to speak with, come and sit down with me. And he starts like having a conversation with his own like demon slave because he wants to like understand like who they are. And they start like getting into like these philosophical discussions about like life. Oh, that was dumb. And like, what do you like? He starts asking his like demon like, what do you want? Like, what do you see? And like what was your life like before you became a demon and everything along those lines? And he said like, oh, I was a man living in Greece, and Christians came through and like slaughtered everyone. But he was also like a criminal and like he wasn't a good person because obviously like he was a soul living in hell. And it eventually like just it's so good because he eventually like starts offering him food and he's like saying, I'm a demon, I don't need food, like I just eat flesh and I sustain myself off the blood of the innocent. And he's like, all right, eat this berry. Just eat the berry, eat the fucking berry. And he's like, he eats the berry and he's just like, I'm remembering so much of my past life. And it's just like, it's so good. So good. I can't do it justice. What the hell's happening? Oh god. But yeah, so I guess that guy's suing Castlevania now, or Netflix for ousting him from the show, which I'm just like, it's par for the course. Par for the course. Seems to be very similar to the Justin Roiland situation. Whatever. The show's better now. And obviously, hopefully, victims in their situation get their justice as well. Don't be weird. If you're gonna be in any field, just don't be weird. How dare you convict me for the crimes I committed? I know recently, like, Justin Roiland was like, I've been omitted due to lack of evidence, etc. I'm moving forward. And I'm just like, alright, but what about those DMs? Man. And it's just like obviously, like, I do believe in justice system in terms of, like, yeah, you shouldn't be convicted of something you definitely didn't do. But obviously, when it comes to, like, stuff like that, like, how do you get evidence for it to begin with? Because, like, it's an act. It's not something that really leaves evidence. It's just, you know, the only evidence that's really comes from those things is, you know, the trauma and the memories, which are intangible. Yeah, I heard that too. Like, that's why they were also so quick to fire him. That he was being kind of a weirdo around everyone. And also, like, he didn't really write. Like, everyone's worried about, like, the show writing-wise, and it's like, one, it probably could just be better. And two, you can get there's 5 million people on TikTok who can do perfect impressions of Rick and Morty. But also, like, he didn't really write for the show. He wrote, like, a few episodes. And so, like, most of the people who write the show are still there. In fact, people were pointing out, like, some people were like, oh, Pickle Rick is so fucking funny. And they credit Justin Roiland for it and everything. Justin Roiland didn't write that episode. I believe a woman actually wrote that episode. And in fact, like, people were like, I've only watched like 2 episodes of it, but the She-Hulk show on Disney, apparently the woman who wrote that show is the one who wrote the Pickle Rick episode. Shakala! Or Shalaka, or whatever. Hestu. Or Hetsu. I'm not really sure how you pronounce it. You can see me? I can see you. Shalaka! It's been 100 years since anyone has been able to see me. I'm Hetsu, and I need your help. Those monsters over there stole my beloved maracas. I think they're still there on the other side of those rocks. I can't use my powers without them, Shoko. So please get my maracas back from them. We have to help the round boy. It was cute. This game, like, doesn't have many English voice actors outside of the ones who have, like, voiced cutscenes. So, like, Hetsu's grunts and stuff are their Japanese voice actor. Or actress. I don't know which. Or I just say actor in general. And same with most of the other NPCs. Like, the only NPCs who have English, like, grunts and, like, sounds are ones that have English voice actors in main cutscenes. Obviously in Japanese, like, the Japanese voice actors are the same, or whatever. So in Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, Hetsu, like, their voice actor in Japanese is the one doing the grunts here. But obviously for their English voice actor, I believe they got the woman who does Morgana in Persona 5. So obviously, like, in Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, it was the first time we got to hear a lot of the other characters in English, or even in full voice acting in general. Which I thought was pretty neat. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. You die. Like, in this game, like, you have a bunch of characters like Koga and Hetsu. Who else? I feel like there's other characters who just didn't have any English voice acting because, you know, they didn't have any English or any cutscenes where they spoke. Which I'm excited more for Tears of the Kingdom because it seems like there's gonna be more actual talking in cutscenes. A lot of this game's cutscenes are flashbacks. We got Hetsu's maracas. We can give them to him. Make the little boy happy. He's actually a big boy. But yeah, in any workplace, I don't think how hard it is to respect someone and their boundaries. Just not be a creep. Not hard. I don't mind people still do it, because it's almost like consistently they're getting outed. I would be like, if I was like a dude like that, I'd be terrified, because I'd be like, oh no. Those are my maracas. Please give them to me. Like, I can understand if, like, you're awkward, like, you just have weird social things, but when you're being legitimately mean, or you're legitimately hurting someone, like, that's, like, I'm terrified about hurting someone accidentally. Like, saying something that could be taken the wrong way, or something like those lines, and then I'll be like, oh no. But the person's, like, too nice to say anything to me. There's something wrong with my maracas. The seeds are all gone now. And I'm supposed to dance now. How am I supposed to dance now, Shoko? If I had just one Korok seed, I could sing and dance and use my powers to help you. Good news, dude. There's plenty of seeds to go around. So happy. Some people, that's just how they get what they want. I'm unfortunately familiar with people who have that mindset. I'm sorry to hear that. I do that. I mean, I am worried about, like, a certain person at my work. Not because of me, but because of how they treat another employee. But I did get them in trouble for it. Like, I was noticing some signs there, and I did get them, like, written up. But it seems like, but at the same time, like, he seems like someone who's, like, more, like, he's at a crossroads more than anything. And I'm like, you gotta course correct here, man, or else you're gonna be in trouble. You're gonna get yourself in trouble. At the time, I have to get back to my grandpa before he yells at me. Alright. Well, he can't do any more for me. Just 2. Everybody gets 2. But yeah, I do know, like, when it comes to, like, that type of abuse, it's usually not about the gratification or the sexual gratification or anything. It's much more about the mental power system and structure. Just weird. Like, I can't imagine using that type of, like, using sexual interaction as a weapon. Like, it's supposed to be something mutual and enjoyable for both people or the multiple people in the party. Like, everyone involved. Like, and it makes me sad that people can take something that's normally supposed to be a good thing and use it for bad. In a weird way. I don't know. It's getting late, so my brain is getting poopy. I'll put the block here. Get a good block. Especially, like, for people who have that trauma, and it makes it hard for them to be in, like, a genuine relationship with someone who actually cares about them. Because, that trauma makes it difficult to have those types of interactions in a safe setting. Because you're like, well, this has been ruined for me by a shithead who wanted something from me. Now when it's time to do fun bed stuff, I get all panicky. Not me. I'm just broadly mentioning, like, someone else's experiences who have that experiences, I would guess. There's a secret. That goat's pissed. I think it's more disturbing to me how common it is. Like, that's the scary thing. Like, it feels common. And I'm just like, is this just how humans are? And I get depressed. I'm just... No, I don't need you. I will always remember this guy now, not only because, like, he has one of the more unique Korok things in the game, but I was playing the randomizer a few, like, last year or so, and this one gave me the Master Sword. Yeah, it's unfortunately its own subculture, which is weird. I don't know how you can live with yourself. Like, I assume, like, there's mental things going on, whether it's being a sociopath or a narcissist or thing like that. It's just, oh, you need help? Traveler, I'm sorry, but I have twisted my ankle. Let's see here. Sorry you had to see me like that. Say, Traveler. The Korok of good fortune. It's on your waist. It's a thing. Ah, yes, I see. The Sheikah Slate is a symbol. It means you are the hero of legend. Well, unzip your pants. Though there are a few who know of such legends anymore. But we, Sheikah, have been waiting for you for a long time. Please, before all else, I must insist that you meet with our leader, Impa. Will do. It was a real honor to meet you. I suppose you're used to that, living as long as you have. They're not very excited. I mean, to her, considering how old Sheikah can get, I wouldn't be surprised if she knew me prior to this. Like, the Sheikah, oh my god, the frame rate here. This Okami village. The Sheikah have the remarkable ability to prolong their lifespans. We see that in Skyward Sword. Impa literally keeps herself alive for thousands and thousands of years so she can guide Link at the beginning of the game. I got these pants for free. These pants are mine. I will take it. I will put it on my body. Is that why they all have gray hair? Actually, that's just part of their race, I think. The Sheikah just have gray hair. Like, Impa in, Ocarina of Time. She even has gray hair. When you meet her. Limited edition. Little defense, small price, extra stealth. Small price. $700. This outfit's really cool. They always have gray. So yeah, they all naturally have gray hair. Like, there's some kids in this village. Like, I like this guy. He has a paintbrush for his ponytail. He's a painter. Look at him go. Painting. Where are the children? There's one. Oh, little baby girl. She has white hair. So yeah, they... I don't think they can naturally live super long lifespans, but when they have a purpose, when they have like something they need to stay alive for to achieve a certain mission or goal, they can prolong it. So Impa could prolong her lifespan in Skyward Sword for thousands of years. She's kept herself alive. And the moment she fulfills that duty at the end of the game, she dies. That's what the Sheikah monks in here are. All these Sheikah monks that you find at the end of these shrines, they just, through pure meditation and willpower, and their goal of being able to deliver their orb to you, lets them live basically indefinitely. These ones, to the extent in which they have mummified, and are basically sedentary. This is actually, believe this or not, this is based on a real form of Buddhist meditation called Shokoshinbutsu. If I probably butchered that in pronunciation, but essentially, Buddhist monks, some who actually probably practice it to this day. Obviously, if I know very little, I know like no Japanese, I know very few words, but I do know that, you know, if you've watched any amount of anime, Shin is usually the word for death. Or that's why like a character will say like they'll say like, I'm gonna kill you, and you'll usually hear them say something along the lines of like, what is it, like Shin, I forget exactly how they say it. I haven't watched anime in a while. Omewa Shinderu. Yeah, that's a good one too. You were already dead. Obviously not a direct translation. Like, it's just that's the weird thing with language. People think like every word is just has an equal counterpart in another language. That's not how that works. Language presents concept more than it is the actual words. Metal Gear Solid 5 teaches you that. So, but yes, in the Buddhist faith, there is a form of meditation or practice you can do. Alright, I gotta actually do the thing. A form of meditation called, where it has 3 phases. Phase 1, they stop eating. Anything besides dirt, tree bark, I think like a little bit of rice, for the most part. Like, pretty much they starve them. They begin starving themselves. After that, once they start to like dehydrate for the most part, they pretty much stop. I actually forgot what thing you wanted me to do. In the backflip? Yeah, there we go. Shield restrict. Alright, now he wants me to do the parry. The second part means they basically stop eating altogether, and start entering like these different like just focus on meditating. And basically the whole goal is to dehydrate themselves to a crazy degree. In the final phase, and the whole goal here is they're trying to reach nirvana. And nirvana is not really like a place, it's more of like a state of being, and removing all like desire and want for the most part. Sorry, I forgot what you wanted me to do, sir. I was too busy explaining Shoko Shinbutsu badly. I think you wanted to do the spin? Oh, there. Alright. They will essentially dehydrate themselves, and then the final phase, they enter a box. Because they're essentially the goal is they don't want their body to decompose. So instead, what they do is they'll enter a box, and the box will be sealed up. Other monks will bury them in the ground, and there will be a bamboo shoot for air, and they will have a string that lets them ring a bell above ground. And every day, they'll ring that bell. Like, they'll just sit in the box, meditate, and ring the bell. They won't sleep, they won't... obviously they won't eat at this point. And they'll just ring the bell. And then, once a day comes where they don't ring the bell, that means the monk is now dead. And I think they wait a little bit longer, and then, like, they wait like a week or something like that, and then they dig them back up, and they check their body. And, this is the whole thing too, this thing the guy is sitting in right now, it's supposed to be referencing that box that they sit in. It's a small box. When they finally, they dig them up, and if they have begun to decompose, that basically means they failed. And they bury them, and that's it. If they open it up and they have mummified to the point where there's little to no decomposition, they are then taken to the shrine and are worshipped. And is essentially considered that this monk was able to reach nirvana. The monk will not be able to tell you because they are fucking dead. But the idea is like, yeah, they did it. And I believe it is outlawed in Japan, but it's believed that they still do it occasionally. But it's very hard to do. Obviously, most quit within the first phase. But there have been guys who did do it. And it's like, it's the whole idea of like giving up all your bodily needs and all of your desires and such, like, you know, Buddhist monk stuff. But yeah, that's what the whole Sheikah thing is based on. Like, it's based on a real self-mummification. Like, that's why it's really cool when you see like these cultural references in games, especially like, you know, Zelda games made in Japan. More of the lore later. Like, you mean the lore of Japan or the lore of Zelda? Zelda lore is vast and complicated and makes no sense, but it's fun. There is a YouTuber on named like Zeltic. He makes a bunch of Zelda lore videos. He's very, I would say he's basically the Vati Vidya of oh, he's gonna making pumpkins. You know, that village like this. You aren't part of the Yiga clan, are you? I'm just pulling your leg. You look so serious. I couldn't help it but goad you a bit. We all know those who swear allegiance to the Calamity and the Yiga clan. They're just saying they don't take kindly to those who stand against Ganon. It seems like they're active again ever since that big earthquake the other day.
But don't worry, I don't think you're part of the awful Yiga clan. I can figure that much out just by looking at you. Please don't hold it against me. Here, take this in exchange. Have a pumpkin. Fortified pumpkins are Kakariko's village speciality. I put my heart and soul into each and every one of them. They're delicious. If you want more, come give me some stop. Just stop by the fields and say hello. What a nice man. The Yiga clan's interesting. The Yiga clan is essentially the polar opposite of... If you want to know some Zelda lore, I'll tell you some right now. The Sheikah are an ancient race. They predate Hyrule. So they're essentially like, obviously like very based on Japanese culture. Their elites, their warriors are essentially ninjas. They've dedicated like their lives to protecting Hyrule. Their clan is dedicated to protecting Hyrule from evil such as Ganon or any other like evil threats. And essentially they would always help out the Hyrulean royal family with their technology and their magic and their cool shit. But obviously at one point, one of the kings of Hyrule was like, you know, these guys know a lot of cool magic and technology and stuff. They could turn that against us. Let's genocide. And so there was a Hyrulean king who was like, let's do a genocide, and wiped out a huge portion of the Sheikah. And mind you, this is never really explicitly said in most Zelda games. I think like in Twilight Princess it's alluded to. But yeah, the Sheikah tribe has been like oppressed by the Hyrulean royal family several times. But most of them usually stay loyal to the cause of protecting protecting Hyrule from evil. But obviously as a result, some Sheikah took offense to this, for obvious reasons, being like, well, the king is killing us, and you know, we constantly are getting screwed over by Hyrule, by the Hyrulean family. So let's just switch sides. Let's worship Ganon. And so the Yiga clan is formed, which are an evil clan of Ganon worshippers, which are introduced in this game. They are not from previous titles. My only gripe with them, really, is that they are kind of left to be... They are a threat, but they're also played for laughs in some parts. Their leader, for instance, is like a bumbling idiot. He's ready for a little meal. Dinner time. This is the other cool thing. All the NPCs go around. And also the Yiga clan, for whatever fucking reason, they're obsessed with bananas. They love bananas. You can use bananas to distract them, so you can attack them. But Hyrule Warriors kind of adds some more lore to them and makes a really cool one. Like, there's a really cool Yiga clan guy who's like a samurai, sort of. Also, these guys are like, what the fuck? You there, who are you? How dare you trespass upon Lady Zimpa's abode? Hmm? Is that a Sheikah slate? But that would mean you are... No, it's not possible. It can't be. It's me! I am your moist boy savior. Please forgive us for behaving so rudely. Of course, we have heard of the legends from Lady Impa herself. Please, friend, go on ahead, step inside. Get ready to meet the cutest character in the game.
slate. Could you be the hero my grandmother told me about? Was his name... Oh, it's not that I forgot. I just bad with speaking. As for me, my name is Oh, my name is Paya. Phew, I got it out. I know I should be able to say this easily, seeing as how it's my own name and all. I'm so sorry. Anyway, my grandmother's been awaiting your return ever since I was little. But please, hurry inside. She's so shy. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bump you.
So, you're
Oh, so you're finally awake. Skyrim.
It has been quite a long time, Link. I am much older now.
I'm so old.
Remember me, don't you?
So she's kept herself alive for over 100 years via meditation. In Age of Calamity, you get to play as her when she's young. Because that takes place before the 100-year jump. Didn't see that ambush while you were trying to cross the border, eh? You are looking at me as though I am a stranger to you. Those eyes, they lack the light of familiarity. Is it? It is I, courageous one, Impa. Surely you must at least remember my name. The name Impa. Nope. I see. So you've lost your memory. This stupid JRPG trope. Well, it matters not. In fact, this may actually be a blessing in disguise for the time being. Dearest Link, please come a bit closer. I am coming closer. 100 years ago. Yes, 100 years ago, the kingdom of Hyrule was destroyed. After you fell, Princess Zelda's final wish was to place you in a sacred chamber. And then, all alone she went to face Ganon. Before Princess Zelda went to nobly to meet her fate, she entrusted me to some words she wished to say to you. Not that close. I have been waiting 100 years to deliver the princess's message. However, these words, which the princess risks her life to leave you, well, if you are to hear them, you must be prepared to risk your life as well. But I'm afraid that burden may be too much to bear while you're still without your memories. I leave the choice to you. When you feel you are ready to receive the princess's message, return to me. I am ready. Ha! Not a memory to your name, and yet you are as intent as ever to charge forward with only courage and justice on your side. You have not changed a bit. Once a hero, always a hero. Very well. Since you have lost your memory, I will recount to you all that has happened. Flashback.
The history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of Calamity Ganon, a primal evil that has endured over the ages. This evil has been turned back time and time again. A warrior wielding the soul of a hero and a princess who carries the blood of the goddess. With the passage of time, each conflict with Ganon faded into legend. So listen closely as I tell you of this legend that occurred 10,000 years ago.
10,000 years? A foolish samurai warrior wielding a shape-shifting master of darkness, wielding a...
advanced civilization. Even the most powerful monsters posed little threat.
So this is over 10,000 years ago.
The people thought it wise to utilize their technological prowess to ensure the safety of the land should Calamity Ganon ever return.
So we built a bunch of towers. Basically, they built a gigantic network underneath all of Hyrule.
Constructed 4 mechanical wonders that came to be known as the Divine Beasts. They also built a legion of autonomous weapons called Guardians. The Divine Beasts were piloted by 4 individuals of exceptional skill from across the land, and thus the plan to neutralize Ganon was forged.
Then Ganon came up from the ground and he was like, I'm evil.
Upon Ganon's inevitable return to Hyrule, the princess and the hero fought alongside these 4 champions against this ancient evil. The Guardians were tasked with protecting the hero as the Divine Beasts unleashed a furious attack upon their terrible foe. And when the hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness delivered his final blow, the princess used her sacred power to seal away Calamity Ganon.
And everything was cool for 10,000 years, and they were like, it's that generation's problem. So yeah. As she said, 10,000 years ago, the Sheikah foresaw Calamity Ganon showing up, and they were like, listen, we need to build a bunch of robots and shit to deal with this when he finally comes out. And so they were like, all right, do it. And they did it. They won. They sealed Ganon back into the ground. And then that king was like, you guys have all this awesome technology and magic, and I don't trust you. Genocide. And so that's how all the Sheikah technology ends up buried underground and everything, like, and forgotten. So then 10,000 years pass. We are to the point where Link, Zelda, and them are like, Calamity Ganon's gonna come back. Apparently there are ancient technology from Sheikah underground here. Let's dig it up so we can push Ganon back again. Problem was, this time Ganon knew what was going to happen, so he used his magic to take over all the robots and the giant machines, killed the champions that were inside the giant robots, and just wrecked house, just ruined everything. And from what it seems like with Tears of the Kingdom, the sequel, as they showed, the thing that really disappointed me with this game was that I don't like Ganon just being this monster, like this mindless monster that's just raging and destroying everything in his path. I much prefer it when it's Ganondorf, where it's the dude, and having a sword fight with him. I'd much rather have a one-on-one sword fight with an evil man than fight a gigantic monster. You know, I want to fight a man with ideals and dreams and stuff. So I was kind of bummed out that they decided to make Ganon a monster in this game, especially being that we hadn't seen Ganondorf since Twilight Princess at this point, unless you count Hyrule Warriors. So the teaser for Tears of the Kingdom apparently is like, Calamity Ganon is a byproduct. Like, the thing that's been destroying Hyrule for the past 10,000 years, or the past 100 years in this matter, and that they keep sealing away over and over again, isn't Ganon. or isn't Ganondorf, it's just his evil seeping up from the ground over and over again. Because at the beginning of Tears of the Kingdom, it seems that Link and Zelda find Ganondorf's body, forcibly mummified the same way these Sheikah monks mummify themselves, but it seems like he's been forcibly mummified. And the evil is just seeping out of him. And it seems like for the past over 10,000, probably even longer, he's just been trying to escape via his soul leaving his body over and over again. Like, his evil just keeps seeping out like it's poison. So obviously Link and Zelda go down there, find his body, and whatever's sealing him or keeping him held down in there breaks. And so Ganondorf is finally free. And so now they have an even bigger problem. It seems as though, like, Ganon was so unstoppable, or Ganondorf was so unstoppable, the Sheikah were just like, we have no way to stop this man, let's just bury him underground. Let's just forcibly mummify him, bury him under thousands and thousands of sheets of rock and everything, and just put the castle on top of him just to keep him from getting out. Because they can't kill him. He won't die. Man is literally too angry to die. And so, like, he's literally like, when you, he is a problem that they keep he's literally like the problem you keep sweeping under the rug. And you just see this big bulge there, and it just won't go away. And it keeps seeping through the rug. So this makes me like this game a lot more that it's getting a sequel, because now I'm getting exactly what I wanted. I was hoping at the end of this game Ganondorf would show up and you fight him. Instead, I'm getting something even better. I'm getting a whole game after this where Ganondorf shows up and you fight him. God, I love lore. I love lore too. Even if it's not greatly written, like, the timeline of Zelda is, like, nonsense. What's the man-shaped lump on the rug? Why is he so attractive? In preparation for the foretold revival of Ganon, we strove to follow the lead of our ancestors 10,000 years prior. But in the end, despite our best efforts and careful planning, we underestimated his power. In order to avoid ever making that grave mistake again, the princess left you these words. Free the 4 divine beasts. That is what she said. Understood. I know what they are, so. It seems to me that your Sheikah slate is not yet complete. The device Princess Zelda left you is your guide and also your memory. Now let's see. Someone at the research lab in Hateno Village might be able to help you. Hateno Village? It's over there! Just walk! The location shining on the eastern edge is Hateno Village. It's a small village, one of the very few places that avoided suffering significant damage during the Great Calamity. Locked mementos. Lock memes! You are Princess Zelda's only hope in Hyrule as well. You cannot turn back now. Follow your heart and seize your destiny. I always gotta. We seeked out the Impa. There's Orb. They worship Orb. The memes, Jack. They always have the memes. There's Paya. She's just cleaning up. She never sleeps. Master Link, is anything the matter? Anything at all? Can I help you with that anyway? What's the ball? This is the priceless artifact here? It's what you want. What do you want to know about it? It's a Sheikah heirloom that we have long protected. The hero is chosen by the Sheikah heirloom. Will be gifted the blessing of antiquity. With these words as our guide, we have watched over the sacred artifact since grandmother's grandmother's time. And even since her grandmother's time before that. I cannot say I entirely know the meaning of these words, but now that I think about it, the hero as chosen by the Sheikah heirloom, could it be? Please don't hesitate to let me know if I can ever be of service. What's your story? You? Me? You want to know my story? Well, my name is Paya. The reason my name is Paya is because I have a birthmark shaped like a papaya seed. Where is it? It's kinda... Master Link, I advise you to change the subject. I'll just answer you someday, just not today. Please don't hesitate to let me know. We can be of your service. Village? We Ishika have long served the royal family of Hyrule in secret. During the Great Calamity over 100 years ago, the royal family was destroyed and the members of our tribe scattered. Sadly, there were some who swore allegiance to Ganon at the time. They joined together as the Yiga clan, seeking out all who opposed Ganon, cutting them down, one after another. Master Link, now that you are awake, you are surely the most formidable opponent standing against them. No doubt they will come for you, employing whatever underhanded methods they can devise. Oh, but of course, if there's anything I can do to help you, all you have to do is ask. The great fairy, Koteria. Only few remain who know this, but this village was built under her watchful eye. The mysterious power of Koteria is that of a sacred protection. I suggest you seek her out. The great fairy resides behind the shrine and overlooks the village. This is where you should seek her. You can put your trust in the great fairy. I can't think of any reason she wouldn't be happy to help you, Link. Please. What's your story again? I feel like if you ask enough, let's kinda... not mess... No, I think you have to like complete a certain quest. But it's pretty funny. Also... Hey, Paya. What do you think? Master Link! The immodest outfit is quite unbecoming of a hero like you. But please cover yourself up this instant. She's just so, like, horny for you, but can't admit it. The most hilarious thing is, there is a... Now, in this game, there are inns. Like this one right here. You can pay money. This guy's always sleepy. Kind of dopey looking. I'm gonna do the soft bed. I'm gonna sleep till the morn. Now this is a normal, like, you know, black screen in, you know, JRPGs. Oh, the blood moon. This happens sometimes. Don't worry.
Link, be on your guard. Ganon's power grows. It rises to its peak under the
He's peeking!
blood moon. By its glow, the aimless spirits of monsters slain in the name of the...
Essentially, this resets the map. Like, after you kill enough enemies on the screen, a blood moon happens, and it basically respawns all the enemies you've defeated. It's just a way to make sure the map doesn't end up empty. Good morning. Wow, that was wild, right? Also, if you cook during the blood moon, you can get special bonuses. So there's actually, like, huge bonuses. But either way, yeah, that's the inn thing. Someone modded the game, so Paya here becomes an inn, where if you talk to her while shirtless, instead of her getting all flustered and stuff, she invites you to sleep with her. And then it just cuts to up here in the bedroom. It's like, it's heavily implied you just banged her. That's a mod, though. It's not in the official game. Though I would have, like, been like, wow, Nintendo had the balls to have, like, a heavily implied sex minigame. Or not even a sex minigame, but a sex thing. $40 doodles? Thank you for the subscription. Oh god, so loud. I like that you subscribed after I told you about this mod. It's like I'm downloading it right now. What you doing? just jotting down some thoughts. Just my boring daily affairs and such, really. That's all it is. Is that okay with you? Aren't you tired? I'm seeing to the upkeep of the heirloom in Grandmother's stead, paying tribute to our guardian deities. I spend my days praying so that no disaster befalls the people of this village, or the village. When I finish and take a look around, it's already almost sunrise again. But it's okay. I always remind myself that I'm doing this for the sake of our people. So she doesn't sleep. She literally does not sleep. She's a true millennial. Compared to that, sleep seems inconsequential. Is that okay with you? No! Sleep! Go to bed! What's on your face? Oh, let me just disrespect your culture. What? There's something on my face? What are you speaking of? Are you perhaps referring to this crest? It's a symbol. Same. This symbol is sort of a talisman for the Sheikah. It wards off evil. It's customary for those with a long Sheikah lineage to have the crest inked onto their skin to honor their past. Is that okay with you? That shouldn't matter. It's your culture. It's almost dawn. If you have slept yet, you really should. Staying up late can't be great for your health. Says the woman who never sleeps. Alright, there's some lore here too. Journal of Various Worries. God. First page. Well. Bad for your health, not her. Just killed me. It's like Journal of Various Worries. Well, my wife left me today. The last thing she said was, "What's more important? What's more important, the Cuckoos or me?" I chose the Cuckoos. The Bowmaster. Yeah, there's a guy in the village, he's obsessed with the Cuckoos. And you have to round them up the village, which is a classic Zelda side quest. Just going around a village and putting all the Cuckoos back in the pen. A painter unfamiliar to any of us has arrived in this village. He claims he is searching for the Great Fairies Fountain, but that's near where the village spirit protector resides. We must make sure that the outsider doesn't learn the location of the fountain or the 2 shrines near it. Anonymous father of 2. Yeah, no, she didn't take the kids. Weirdly enough. Oh, no, it's Various Warriors. I think it's different people. That's the other guard. One guard at the gate is the guy obsessed with Cuckoos. The other guard is a father of 2. That new guy in town looks like he really knows how to tune a bow. I hope he comes by and knocks an arrow for me. It's been way too long. Lonely arrow girl. Damn! Oh, wow. Wow. That's actually, I never read that. But wow, that's a... Wow. That's very innuendo-y for a Zelda game. Day in, day out, I'm outside barking people into the shop. I don't mind, really. She knocks my bow till I quiver. God damn. It's good money, and busying myself helps numb the pain. But the only thing that really helps me feel better is waking among the fireflies. Unfortunately, we now have been asked to not walk around at night because it's dangerous. I don't know how I can cope without the fireflies. Struggling shop girl. This is a precious heirloom that has been passed down through my family for generations. Recently, I've begun to hear voices telling me that the heirloom has an important destiny. It's going to happen soon. It makes me nervous, but I can feel it in my bones. Alright, this just goes to the previous page. I believe this is to hint you at all the side quests in the village. So, Pi here is just standing. She knocks the boat till I quiver. It's raining now. Look at this guy. The art man. So there is a fairy fountain. I need money though, because fairies need money for the fairy to do fairy things. I want to sell, and I'm gonna just sell a couple gemeralds. You know, I'll just give you all my opals, all of them. Just take all of them. Give me $600. Get ready to see some fabulous shit. Rumor Mill 1. Who loves to gossip more than a solid 3 meals a day? Tracy, of course. And anyone else reading this, I'm sure. Today's top gossip spot is the Lover's Pond. Legend says that those who find this pond are sure to also find the true love. Sounds worthwhile to me. Tracy's recommendation? 5 stars. It's a 5 out of 5. X-Play. Our humor didn't age well. So I'm gonna get upset at people on Twitter for calling me out. Instead of just being like, you know, that was fucked up. Two broken marriages out of 5. It's easy to remember all the good parts of X-Play. And then someone came to Twitter with receipts and I was like, damn, I don't remember. You know why? I don't remember like that racist Bite Katios review. Or Bite Katos or whatever it is called. It's because I got X-Play like at the tail end of like the GameCube. The tail end of the GameCube / PS2 era, so I didn't see a lot of their GameCube reviews. So probably why I missed out on it. Or missed out on their more racy reviews. Definitely didn't age well. It was rancid then and it's rancid now. Boy. Oh wait, let me do.
Boy. Sweet boy. Please, listen to my story. I'm the great fairy of Cortera. This place was once a beautiful spring. But as time passed, fewer and fewer travelers arrived to offer me rupees. As a result, my power has abandoned me. I'm nearly powerless now, so I beg you, help. I need rupees to become whole again. All I need is 100 rupees. Once my power has been restored, I can help you do great things, boy. I can provide you with JPEGs of monkeys that will definitely say that they're yours. Just give me all your crypto. Now, if you have rupees, hand them over to me, quickly. In order for me to regain my power, I need 100 rupees.
Come back when you're a bit, richer. Here you go.
Thank you, you are too kind.
Ah, the power. It's overflowing. She's so fabulous, watch. And she's dummy thick. I remember when this game first came out and people were going nuts for the fairies. Absolute diva. You can't get over this design. Oh, what a feeling. The first breath of fresh air after an eternity of decay. It's so intoxicating. Thanks to you, I've been returned to my former glory. And as they say, one good turn deserves another. I can help you, boy. Allow me to enhance your clothing. And at least I can do, but I need the necessary materials. So yeah, they can upgrade your armor. Right now we can only upgrade them once per tier. It's only the more fairies we restore, the more they can upgrade us. And she's gonna upgrade us and blow us a little kissy. These the higher tier you upgrade to, these animations get also way more intense. To the point in which the last one, I'm surprised they greenlit it. You've heard about the set bonuses, right? And you get set bonuses when you have all the enhanced twice, could have a bonus. Yeah, if you enhance a armor set twice and then you wear that entire armor set, you get like a bonus. Like there's like electric proof armor where if you upgrade it twice and then wear it all, you can't be electrocuted. You're just invincible to electricity. Alright, upgrade this one. Shdoop dooby doo doo. Enhance away. Give me better pants. Enhance my pants. Is there a reason? It's usually well, this is a great fairy. The great fairies are usually massive. They're gigantic. And they're usually like very flashy. Here, I find it very funny. Like, you have to give them rupees to restore them. And there's a lot of Zelda games where you give them rupees. There is an implication that rupees are more than just currency in the Zelda universe, that they possibly contain mystical power. Since they are found all over the place, they don't seem to be a currency that's created by like the kingdom or anything. They seem to be something that is naturally occurring. So there's a theory that they contain some sort of magical elements that will help fairies in this regard. The funny thing I feel like also has to do with the rupees here is that outfit looks expensive. So something tells me those rupees are going towards some stuff. But normally, yes, the fairies are just very flamboyant, dressed very... Like, they're essentially like a form of, like, mystical, godlike creatures. Ah, so they're rich. Do you want me to enhance away? Do I have anything else? Enhance my hat. Essentially rich in magic, weirdly enough. No, take me with you. Take me with you, big lady. Big mommy lady. Like the little glowy ones, those are just normal fairies. But they take on different forms depending on the game. In Wind Waker, the fairies are like... Don't go! In Wind Waker, the fairies are like, they actually have like 4 arms, and they kind of resemble like, almost like Buddhist deities. And they're very weird looking. They're very strange. Ocarina of Time, Ocarina of Time slash, Majora's Mask, they are basically naked, and the only thing covering their body are vines. And they're also very like, they have very like beautiful hair and extravagant looking. So yeah, they're usually presented as just very, very extravagant, beautiful, mysterious, somewhat just sometimes creepy. There's like a head fairy in Wind Waker, and she is a small child as opposed to a a giant fairy. And like her entire body's like blue, and she has no pupils or anything. She's just she's very like spooky, and she uses like a doll. They kind of confuse you. Yeah, they're the original ones, like, if, like, you're talking about, like, Link to the Past, you know, they just wear, like, gowns, like, they look, like, very, like, pious looking, like... Yeah, I will tell you one thing. In terms of character designs and stuff, like, bleeding over into each game, they mean nothing. There's no lore reason, it's just... They changed the designs because that's the art style. Like, you know, Wind Waker is technically supposed to be a sequel to Ocarina of Time. Like, even though, despite the fact that they look nothing alike. So when it comes, and also same thing to be said with geography. If you're like, well, the Temple of Time is here in this game, but it's in a totally different location in Ocarina of Time. The reason for that is shut up. We can't make the same map over and over again because that would be boring. So that's why there's different locations. So yeah, yeah, they even said that in an interview. They were like, yeah, we can't make the same map, the same thing over and over again, and to keep the locations consistent, because that would just be boring. We can't all be the Yakuza series. Yeah, well, that's because that place is like just it's so dense. Like, there's just so much to do in that area. Actually, I need to fix something. Let me reset the area. Yeah, Yakuza gets away with that, because Kamurocho is just constantly bustling with new shit. Though this game is gonna pull that with this next upcoming game. Tears of the Kingdom is gonna be the same overworld. The only difference being, well, I'm assuming there's gonna be heavy changes in the landscape with certain parts of it, but also the entire sky is full of islands now for you to explore. Like, they were like, let's give it a Z-axis. Which technically, Elden Ring beat them to the punch. Except instead of going underground, we're going above ground into the sky. However, in Breath of the Wild, it appears we will also be going underground. Or not, in Tears of the Kingdom, there seems to also be underground areas as well. So it seems like, oh no, we're going up and we're going down. We're going both ways. This game, Tears of the Kingdom, is going to be bi-directional. In Elden Ring 2, we'll go to space. Well, that's just Armored Core, which we are getting a new Armored Core soon. But they did say they're not making Armored Core, the new Armored Core, like they're not making it like a Souls-like version of Armored Core. It's just going to be legit Armored Core. Sir Link, my Cocos, my precious Cocos, they haven't come home yet. Now that my wife wants nothing more with me, my Cocos are my only emotional support. Oh, what do I do? I'll go find them. Really? Thank you so much. I have 10 Cocos in total. Hopefully you'll be able to find them all. That's fair, it's a different franchise, yeah. Though I would not be against, like, a sci-fi Souls setting. Like, that's fine by me. Whether it's Armored Core or its own thing. This old lady over here is a bitch because she won't let me go into her cherry blossom patch because I need that chicken. But I know Elden Ring's getting DLC. I don't know if it's coming out this year. To be fair, enough shit is coming out this year. We have the new Zelda coming up. We just had Resident Evil Remake, Dead Space Remake. What else is coming out soon? Oh, Final Fantasy 16's coming out. Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 is coming out at the end of the year. What else? Fuck. Too many games. Yeah, this year, the game of the year is gonna be a fucking fight. Like, you're gonna see developers get on the stage next to Jeff Keighley and they're just gonna start throwing hands. Final Fantasy is competing it with itself. Because I guarantee you both, like, Remake Part 2 and Final Fantasy 16 are both gonna get nominated. We know Zelda's gonna get nominated. We know maybe Resident Evil 4 Remake could get away with it. Like Jesus. I know Pizza Tower is gonna probably get, like, be one of the indie games of the year. Whichever year the final, like, chapter of Deltarune comes out, I mean, that's gonna be rip indie game and game of the year. Like, automatic win. Pizza Tower sweep. Pizza Tower sweep! Oh! Alright, I think I found almost all the Cocos, but I need this old woman to, like, die. And also, like, if I jump into that patch, the screen goes dark and she pulls me out, and it resets all the other Cocos. I should have gotten this one first, honestly. New side quest, murder. Kill her. Do it. Kill her. It's the only way. The funniest thing about this woman, plums symbolize endurance and prosperity. That's why they preserve through the harshest of winters and flowers at the first sign of spring. We Sheikah strive to live in harmony with our environment and consider plum trees the silent guardians of our village. These plums were planted by Impa the day I was born. They're special to me, so I keep close watch on them. So these take a long time to grow. You can destroy these. I'm not going to do it right now because it will make life harder for me with the Cocos. But if you destroy them all, she's like, my plum trees! And then she's like, she basically says those are the only reason for me to keep on living. I've lost the will to live, essentially, is what she says. And it's just like, Jesus Christ. Like, the humor, the dark humor in this game is very different for earlier Zelda games. So it's like the Cabbage Man. Yeah, my cabbages! Oh, I remember they announced that there's a new, like, animated Avatar movie coming out. I'm very excited. I believe it's actually going to be in theaters? It, like, takes place when Aang and them are, like, young adults. At least I think. Oh, I think she's going to bed. I'm gonna wait until she goes to bed. Or at least until she gets into her house. Let's see. I love how Nickelodeon wants Avatar to die so bad, but they can't justify it. It keeps enduring. Like these carrots. These Endura carrots. Give her spiked apple juice. Okay, I think that's far enough. I think she won't see me now. Come here, chicken. No, come here, chicken. Hi. What is that? Oh, I think we got it. Link! My Cogos! My sweet little baby Cogos! They're all back! Thank you so much, really. I could never thank you enough. This isn't much, but I insist you take it. Money. Oh, I do wish my wife could come back to me. Just like my Cogos did. Fuck, Jesus. Though, to be fair, since this game's getting a sequel, we could see, like, continuations of the... I mean, we probably, most definitely will see continuations of these characters' stories. Which I actually am more excited about. I miss my wife, Link. I miss her a lot. Hey, man, face is not looking so hot. You know what? I just remembered something. The NPC faces in this game are heavily modified Miis. Believe it or not, they're using the same code as the Miis. Yeah, why is his face so small? Because I remember that nose he has, like the weird nose. That's a Mii nose. That's one of the noses you can give your Mii. So people were able to like hack this game, and basically you can just take your Mii and take the data of your Mii and feed it into the game, and it will generate an NPC that looks flawless, like your Mii. So you can like put yourself in the game, or like, you know, make some offensive historical figure and put them in the game. It's ridiculous. Donkey, it looks like we finally reached the Kakariko village. I'm anxious to open up shop, but first, little dinner. Say, you're buying my packs on my donkey? Want to see the goods? Show me the goods. You selling fruits and vegetables. Well, meat and vegetables, but meat is a fruit in my heart.
The sweet meat. The sweet meat.
I will take all you. I'll just take it all. I'll take it all. Give me your truffles. Give me your truffles, sir. Wait. Give me all your... Whoa there, donkey. You've got a guest. Alright, thank you. Thanks, Cambo. I'm going to kill your donkey. Oh god! Sorry, donkey. I didn't think you would actually react. Yeah. Time to kill children. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna sit here till noon. It is cool. This is the first time Zelda NPCs would react to you, like, swiping at them. And I'm excited for the next one, or the new game, because in it, it seems you can command NPCs to fight alongside you in battle, which is fucking cool. Here we go. Today's dinner is veggie cream soup. It's super nourishing and fortifying. That's what they say anyhow. It must be true. All you do is toss a swift carrot, rock salt, and fresh milk in a pot and stew it up. And voila, so yummy. Oh no! I'm all out of swift carrots. I'll bring you some. So once again it gets dark out, I'll have to go home. Here, eat this carrot. Huh? Huh? Coco smells swift carrots. Here you go. All the children NPCs in this game are super fucking adorable. Wait until you see the baby Gorons. They're fucking little chonky babies. So much new Coco can make dinner for Kotla. Yeah, time to get cooking. Like every single village, like every race has their own village, and they all have like little baby versions living in the village. The baby Rito are fucking adorable. Perfect. Here, please have some Coco's treat. Yeah, hasty veggie cream soup. Alright, I believe she needs goat butter and apples. Voila. I need to get some goat butter. Thankfully, there is goat butter here. It's also kind of cool that I can buy a maximum of 5, and when you buy them, it actually decreases in the overworld. That's pretty fucking cool. Hello. Why are you selling bokoblin guts? That's nasty as fuck. And also, I'm pretty sure you can't eat that because they're made of pure evil. Here, have a goat butter. Put it in your mouth. Yes, they are still pulsating. I don't even know, because any monster you kill in this game explodes into malice. Like Ganondorf's magic, like the purple essence you see coming from all the monsters, coming from him. When you see him do it in Smash Brothers, that magic he's using, it's called malice. So when the monsters die, they explode in a puff of malice and return to the earth or the essence or whatever. But for whatever reason, some of their body parts don't explode and maintain, and then you can use them in making potions and stuff. Don't know how it works. But the thing is, Ganondorf is the source of all monsters in Zelda. As long as he exists, there will always be monsters. Whether it's bokoblins or keys or whatever. Tough meat stuffed pumpkin. Need raw meat. Raw meat. Put it in your mouth. Eat it with your bare jaws. Be a carnivore. Be like that guy on TikTok who told people to eat beef brain. And then other people on TikTok were like, you know, you shouldn't do that because you will get horrible parasites and die. You shouldn't eat brain, period. Cooked or raw. Honey apple. Course bee honey. You need course bee honey. I have bee honey for you. Put it in your mouth. We're just doing all the, like, this is just a one big side quest. Just makes her happy. This is Coco remembers. When Coco had a fever, Mother would always cook this just for Coco. When Mother made her special dessert, she always put some of this in it. Oh, Mother. Oh, it's very sad. Coco will do her best to try and be as good as you one day. Coco will get better and better. Coco promises. Coco will be able to recreate Mother's dishes. Coco feels better now. Coco loves talking in the third person. It's all thanks to you. Please take this. Oh, it's a delicious honey. Hey, yeah, it's pretty sad. But she wants to play hide and seek. Wanna play? Wanna play hide and seek? Yay! I'll go hide. But I've gotta go home to Sis when it's dinner time, okay? Find child. Yas! Yas, queen. I believe they hide up here. I don't know if it's random. I don't think so. But I do gotta hurry before Coco has to go home for dinner or whatever. Link, you are out of breath. I'll survey this town until I find this rambunctious child. That man's painting up a storm. Painting the ever-living. I think she hides behind here. Nope. Oh, no, there she is. Look at I'm a hide. I'm a hide. Oh, love. Oh, our lover. Boo, you found me. This was so much fun, though. Secret treasure. But there you go. I hate that now that I'm getting older. Crunchy Crunchables. Here, eat this rock salt. I am getting scared because as I'm getting older, I'm like, oh, that kid's cute. And I'm like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I told myself I wouldn't reproduce. When I was in my teens. And I'm still pretty sure I won't, but I don't know. The masculine urge to raise a child. It's there, really. It's like, oh, I want to have a daughter that I can raise her and be like, train her in martial arts. Like, train her in sword combat. And then she'll be like a cool sword wielding girl. And it'll be super hype. It could be like Jerry in The Witcher. And raise the girl as my own. Except she actually will be my own, but you know what I mean. Look how she's just running in circles. I do want to find one thing though. It's pretty fucked up and sad. I'll teach my baby karate so it can beat up all the other babies. That's just Chow Garden. That's just the Chow Garden in Sonic Adventure. Which I saw a Kickstarter of a guy, or a group of people, I'm not sure. They're making like a spiritual successor to Chow Garden. Like specifically they're making a game that's just Chow Garden. Like you farm, you do tasks and stuff, and then you raise like your little dino whatevers. I think they're called like Poggies though. So everyone's just gonna be like, they're Pog. But I'm like, oh my god. Oh. Wait, I want to find when the child's super sad. No, let me go to nighttime. I want to find a super sad child. The lore. I forget what time it happens though. She hashtag praying. When I'm practicing my layups, you know I'm practicing my prayers. Oh, fucking kills me. Should come over here at night? No? Maybe it's like during the early morning? I forget. Because this is the Coco guy's house, whose wife left him.
Don't leave me, little Coco. Mumble. This man's obsessed. Obsessed. Look at his wall. It's unhealthy. SpongeBob, I'm glad you learned your lesson. Idol worship is unhealthy. Come on, Jeffrey. Oh, the beans. Must stay awake until father's home. Coco must stay awake. Mommy. Oh god. Frame rate. Nintendo Switch dying. You need something? Oh yes, I remember now. It was long ago when the calamity hit. But you look just like the swordman who was trying to stop it. That was me. Say what now? You're really the same swordsman from way back then? Well, fuck me sideways. Young people these days sure do like their jokes. If you were really the noble swordsman, you'd have the blade that seals the darkness. Which is fucking so bad. I hate the name of that. The Master Sword has always been called... I'm going on a nerd rant here, but in every game prior to this game, like, I don't think it said so... I think it said so in Link to the Past, where it first appeared, but majorities are in Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker. They always calls the name for the Master Sword is the Sword of Evil's Bane. But for whatever reason, in this game, they call it the Sword that Seals the Darkness, which I just think sounds so much lamer. He trained with swift carrots instead of a blade. He trained with his body and diet and made his entirety of swift carrots. He shoved them up his butt. And he tempered his soul with the sweet aroma of swift carrots, too. That's what my grandfather always used to say, anyway. So I suggest you stop joking around in time and instead have a carrot and try to be more like the swordsman. Here, have a carrot. Put it in your bum. They might rename it, like, in part 2, because they're coming to terms with the fact that, oh, Calamity Ganon isn't Ganon. It's just his fart. The real dude is under the castle. So maybe they'll be like, oh, this is the Sword of Evil's Bane. I surely don't, because in the sequel, it's not going to be about sealing Calamity Ganon. It's going to be about solving the problem. And you solve the problem with a sword through the fucking head. Like you did in Wind Waker. Wind Waker had a fucked up final boss. Link shoved that sword right into Ganon's brain. Teach me. Teach me. If I recall, this is the only way you learn the jump strike. It'll change the name when Link beats Ganon. If they end up being like, this is a prequel, I'll be like, that's stupid because Ocarina of Time is the origin of Ganondorf. If you want to talk timelines, we did beat Skyward Sword yesterday. Skyward Sword is the origin story of Zelda entirely. It takes place before Hyrule is even founded. In the game, Link forges the Master Sword. We learned that Zelda is actually a goddess. So I'll give you some quick lore. Hyrule, before the land of Hyrule was forged, it was just a mass of chaos. It was fire, explosions, think like, you know, early universe, like, you know, right after like the Big Bang or whatever, where it's just chaos, explosions and shit, and there's no land, there's no fucking
anything. 3 golden goddesses come down: Din, Nehru, and Ferora. Or Ferore, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Ferora is the green goddess. She is the goddess of life and, like, order. Din, she's the goddess of life, order, and courage. Din is the goddess of fire. She's so red, usually. And she has arms of flame, and she obviously the goddess of fire, power. And then you have Nehru, who is the blue goddess of water, wisdom, and such. And so the 3 of them descend down on the chaos of existence. Din forges the land with her arms of fire, giving the land shape and form. Nehru provides the water and life, while Ferora provides she provides order, provides the creatures and the order to uphold the law of existence. After they're done doing all that, all 3 of them leave, and at the convergence points in which they leave, the Triforce is created. The Triforce is essentially 3 golden triangles, the top one being power, and the 2 bottom ones being courage and wisdom. And the Triforce essentially can control reality. It is whoever gets a hold of it and is able to actually physically touch it will be able to make any wish or desire of theirs a reality. It can essentially warp reality to whatever you want. However, gods can't use it. And so to watch over the Triforce, they create the goddess Hylia. She's left in charge of the Triforce and to watch over the human race and provide protection. At some point, whatever the chaos was prior to their Din and Nehru uprising, this is my headcanon. The chaos doesn't cease to exist. It's only underneath the land Din and Nehru forged it from. Demons break through the earth and come forward. These demons are led by the demon king known as Demise, who basically looks like a fucking like Akuma from Street Fighter. He has a flowing mane of fire for hair. His skin is covered in black scales. He's super fucking buff, like a Bara. But however, a part of his lore also is that he appears differently to those who look upon him. He doesn't look the same to any one person. So he's a big, scary demon man, and he's like, I want that Triforce. So the goddess Hylia is doing all she can, and also the humans are trying their best to keep him at bay from getting the Triforce. Loads of humans are being slaughtered, murdered. It sucks. And there is one dude in a prison cell who was falsely framed for murdering a king. This man's name is Link. So he was imprisoned for 7 years and falsely, brutally tortured, sucked, big traumatized, big boy. Hylia comes to him to tell, and well, first of all, he's freed. He's cleared of his charges, and then Hylia's like, "All right, you are through your torture and like through everything you've been through, you still want to protect this world. You were incredibly selfless and stuff. Here's a sword that can kill the Demon King, or that can at least seal him, help me seal him away. However, the sword is been forged by gods, and it must be reforged by human hands. So Link reforges it himself, and he's like, "All right, I'll I'll help you solve your demise problem. Him and Hylia go to fight Demise. Link defeats him, is able to get him weakened enough that Hylia can seal him away. However, Link is fatally wounded, and Hylia is like, shit. So she uses the Master Sword to cleave out a cropping of earth because Demise is still like, it's gonna take a while to seal him. Like, way longer than possible, and most of the humans are almost wiped out. So she outcrops the earth, sends it into the sky along with the Triforce out of the reach of Demise. Demise is super pissed, vows vengeance, all that shit, gets sealed in the ground. Link stays behind with Hylia. He's on the ground dying, and she's like, I'm very sorry about this. Your life was shit because it was the only way for you to be properly prepared to do what you had to do to save it. Like, it was the way to make you the person you are, so that way you would save us. And she feels like, you know, you got a raw deal, Link. You got a really fucking raw deal. And also, here's this. Child crying. Wow, you scared me. Coco sniffle. Coco isn't crying. Coco needs to be strong for Mother. Mother? Mother is sleeping here. She's probably making friends in heaven. Mother thinks it's best not to tell us she's gone. But Coco knows. That's why Coco must be strong. And she goes back to crying. Fucked up. Jesus. It's super sad. So, yeah, Hylia's like, you had a raw deal, Link. I'm gonna give you a second chance at life. In fact, I love you. So, what I'm gonna do, as a blessing to him and kind of herself, in order to keep Demise sealed, she has to give up her divinity. She has to, become mortal. So what she does is, she sheds her mortality and gives Link essentially a blessing in which he will continuously be reincarnated alongside her. So she becomes Zelda, and he continues to live. So in Skyward Sword, you play as the first reincarnation of this particular Link, and the Zelda you are friends with throughout the game is the first reincarnation of the goddess Hylia. So throughout all those events, Link must then reforge the Master Sword again for some reason. It never really explains why. Zelda must basically cause a time loop. She has to travel back to when her goddess self sealed away Demise and then go into a sleep for thousands of years so she can stay there and keep him sealed. For the thousands of years it will take, so that way she can be born, so that way she can travel back in time and seal him again. Effectively, like, creating a time loop. So that way her and Link can actually even come into existence. Girahim, which is the Demon Lord's, like, the Demon King's right-hand man, is like, I want to stop this. I want to get Zelda so the Demon King can absorb her soul and recreate and restore his master to his former glory. Zelda tells Link, to wake me up from my slumber, you need to go get the Triforce. Since the Triforce can only be used by humans of strong will, like, it can't be used by gods, and anyone with a weak will or a weak soul or spirit, the Triforce will either just not work, kill them, or will shatter. Like, the Triforce will break apart and scatter. So they specifically made it so Link could become that person to be strong enough to use it. And so he finds it. He wishes for the death of Demise. He wishes for Demise to be basically make him cease to exist. He's successful and he makes Demise cease to exist. However, and Zelda can awaken. However, Girahim's like, I can just take Zelda back in time to before you killed my master and wake him up in the past and have him absorb her soul there. He can do this because Demise is an entity that exists outside of time. He does not adhere to the laws of time. Why does this work in a weird way? Because it sort of like breaks the time loop? I don't know. The story of Skyward Sword, here's another fun fact. The story of Skyward Sword was written at in a weekend at an Airbnb by one dude. So in terms of the plot holes, ignore them. So he goes back in time, he wakens Demise, he absorbs Zelda's soul. He essentially returns to his form. And it turns out Girahim's also his sword, which kind of looks like an evil version of the Master Sword. It actually looks really cool. And he basically says, hey Link, you're pretty brave wanting to stand up against me, even though I am the source of all evil in your world. And he's like, I'll give you a chance. If you can beat me in combat, well, you win. And you save your world. But if I win, I get the Triforce. I'm gonna kill all your friends. I'm gonna kill everything you hold near and dear to you. And that'll be it. The world will become my domain for eternity. Link wins. However, Demise, in his final breath, he tells him, like, wow, you're pretty awesome, human. However, I hate you, I hate the gods, I hate everything. And my hate never dies. So he says, he curses Link's bloodline and the goddess's bloodline to forever be haunted by an incarnation of Demise's hatred, which turns out to become Ganon. And so he essentially attaches Ganondorf to Link's and Zelda's basically infinite reincarnation. So Ganon will constantly follow that. So even though Link and Zelda will reincarnate forever, so will Ganon. And that's kind of the origin story. And then Ocarina of Time rolls around, where Ganondorf is first born into the Gerudo tribe as the first male to be born in hundreds of years, and as their faith, the Gerudo are an entire group of all-female warriors, but their legend says that if a woman is or if a man is born into their ranks, he will be crowned king. And so that happens, but the Gerudo quickly realize this man's a maniac, and they refuse to follow him. And eventually, like, Link defeats him. Ever since, but because Ganon, unlike Link and Zelda, who are, constantly reincarnated, Ganondorf never dies. He can't die. In Ocarina of Time, he gains the Triforce of Power. Because he basically sneaks behind Link after he picks up the Master Sword and finds a way to the Sacred Realm, which is like a dimension between dimensions where the Triforce is held. And Ganon gets it. And he plans like, I'm going to rule the world now, I got the Triforce. When he touches it, because he's corrupted, because he's a corrupt force and he's, evil, the Triforce reacts poorly to him and it breaks. And it breaks into the three pieces. Courage, wisdom, and power. Power remains with him because that's all he is. He is hungry for power. Courage goes to Link, our little boy here, and wisdom goes to Zelda. So basically, almost like every Zelda game is Ganon's attempt to get to Link and Zelda so he can bring the Triforce back together and use it for his nefarious purposes. Weirdly enough, the Triforce is never mentioned in this particular game. It'll probably be mentioned in the sequel. But essentially, the whole story of Zelda is just this man who's literally too angry to die because the Triforce of Power keeps him from being killed. Any attempts to kill him just fail. The only thing that can put him down, like indefinitely, is the Master Sword. Other than that, nothing can really harm him. In Twilight Princess, they try executing him. However, because the Triforce of Power, because the Triforce, I assume, transcends time, Zelda splits off into multiple timelines, by the way. That's another thing to keep in mind. Ocarina of Time essentially splits off into 3 timelines. One timeline where Ganondorf wins. One timeline where Link defeats him, and that timeline continues on as if, like, Ganondorf has been defeated. And then another timeline where Ganondorf never rises to power because Link travels back in time and stops it. This version of Ganon is the one in Twilight Princess. He's the version that never rose to power. He was found out to be a traitor. He was going to betray the king and everything along those lines. And so they were like, let's execute this fucker. They try executing him. Doesn't work. He has the Triforce of Power. For whatever reason, it's weird because in that timeline, he never got to the Triforce. But through what the sages say is a divine prank, guess the gods were just like, LOL. Give him the Triforce of Power. My guess is that because he got the Triforce in one time, he got it in all of it. Like, the Triforce can manifest itself in him at any moment. Divine comedy. And so, the sages are like, oh fuck, he can't die, he has the Triforce of Power. He breaks loose, he kills one of the sages, and the remaining sages are like, fuck, he won't die, let's dump him into the Twilight Realm. Because the Twilight Realm is essentially, Zelda, Hyrule's dumpster. And the Twilight Realm has its own lore. The Twilight Realm is made up of, in early Zelda, like, after the events of Demise, after the events of, like, the origins of Hyrule being founded and everything, wars break out over the Triforce. People want it. Because it controls reality. So loads of bloody wars would break out. That would result in people being like, we need to seal this thing away and let people forget it exists because it keeps causing wars. And one people that were part of that war was a dark tribe. Not much is known about them. They are a tribe that practiced dark magic, and they were one of the people who participated in that war. And the gods were like, these people are a problem. And so they're like, let's seal their magic so they can't use it by sending them into another dimension. And this dimension ends up becoming the Twilight Realm. The Twilight Realm is essentially Hyrule's equivalent of Australia. Because it's a place where they had all these prisoners they needed to send, and they just dumped them there. So eventually, from living in the Twilight Realm, the Dark Tribe eventually, like, mutate into, like, these Twilight people. And that's where they send Ganon in Twilight Princess. And then Ganon's like, oh, there's a bunch of people here, and they know dark magic and shit, and I can use it to resurrect myself, etc., etc. But I'm explaining, like, the plot of Twilight Princess, which is more of, like, its own thing. In terms of Zelda origin stuff, Ganon's just a dude who just is, like I said, too angry to die, refuses to come back, or refuses to stay dead. So in a way, Ganon is the only character who is the same Ganon every game, for the most part, barring the timeline split shenanigans. But theoretically speaking, this Ganon that we're fighting right now, he remembers the events of Twilight Princess, or supposedly remembers the events of Twilight Princess. He remembers the events of Ocarina of Time specifically, because that's the one where him and Zelda, or Link and Zelda, fucking screwed him over. So he just won't die. He just won't go away. And now I'm trying to figure out what this other side quest I'm going to do. I'm probably going to be ending stream soon. Because my throat hurts. In fact, maybe we should end it now because my brain is fried and my teeth are getting numb from talking so much. But let's see. I will... Well, actually, I can just save from the screen. I was looking for a save point because fucking I am coming up on 8 hours and it's almost 4 in the morning, so I should go to bed and get some rest. And we haven't even done one of the things. We'll probably do a dungeon tomorrow. But I'm gonna set up a raid so that way speaking of Australia, I'll probably end up raiding someone who's in Australia because I can't see anyone else being awake right now. Let's see. Who's streaming? Big Nose is streaming. What are they streaming? Just chatting? Are they still going? You know what? Feathered Flint. I haven't rated them in a while. She is streaming Live a Leaf, which I haven't played yet, so I probably won't stay because, well, one, I'm gonna go to bed, and two, I don't want to get spoiled too much because I probably stream that at some point. I bought that game on release and I never played it. Feathered Flint. You all give her my biggest regards. She's a good bean. Big good bean. She's a good. We'll be back tomorrow with more of this. Now that I'm out of school, I do have some work to do tomorrow, but barring that, I should be able to stream again. If not, probably Tuesday. Also, here's the socials. You got the Twitter for when I go live, and the YouTube, which I eventually will start re-uploading my VODs, and the Discord. I also announce when I go live. So join those if you're interested in a boy. In a boy like me. I think that's it. Yeah. We're making our ways through this game. I kind of meandered a little bit, as you saw as I was recounting Zelda lore, but we'll be back. Once again, thank you 40 Doodles for the raids and the subscriptions and all the followers out there. I was not expecting that, and it made me very happy. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Because the Gigurumi is comfy. A little bit. Oh, hey! Hold on, give me a moment. It's a little bit warm.